CEODavidDiaz.com presents Mindset Secrets to Success, a guide for those who need to get their lives together to succeed. Author, Honorable David Diaz. Introduction. When my daughter Judalise was born, it turned out to be an unexpected situation. As we saw her for the first time, she had her neck wrapped around the umbilical cord. She had a loss of oxygen to the brain. We were hit pretty hard. Immediately, the doctors ran into action, and within the hour, our daughter started to breathe with the assistance of machines that were readily available. But that was not the end of the story. It actually was the beginning. The doctors had to send our daughter to another hospital where she could be attended in their neonatal intensive care unit. Something that we will tell parents from now onward to be certain that hospitals are equipped with a neonatal intensive care unit. During this time, a storm had hit the hospital pretty bad, and we had no other choice. As with any emergency, a choice is better than not making one. The doctors told us that Judalise would need to stay in the intensive care unit for a few days. Then the doctors made a meeting with us, telling us that our daughter would never talk, walk, nor perform the regular routines that most children are capable of doing. First, as parents, we blamed ourselves for this. What else could we do? Then something happened. I could not accept the poor prognosis of our doctors. Never is a very long time with absolutely no possibilities. I began to read the Bible. Then I found a passage that gave light to us that says, "When a blind child is born, neither the mother nor the father have sinned, but something needs to be fulfilled." Judalise was my toughest moment in life, but if it were not for her, I would never have stumbled across many of the things that I speak about in this book and my other books. Judalise was sent at the right moment for my wife and I to wake up and produce a better possibility for our family, and so that we may serve others. In this book, Mindset Secrets to Success, along with the book, The Gift of Healing Secrets and Society Secrets, are guides to discovering the realities of health, life, and the progress that we need to make so as not to accept our situations as the ultimate response to any equation. I believe that we together can change ourselves, our families, and others who are willing to learn, train, grow, and serve. I believe that we have a mission that needs to be fulfilled, and we need to go through some tough waters in order to get our lives directed on a proper path. Judalise is the reason that Mindset Secrets to Success, The Gift of Healing Secrets, and Society Secrets exist. Our daughter has helped us to lose weight, heal from high blood pressure, cholesterol, varicose veins, heal others with cancer, psoriasis, eczema, melanomas, diabetes, constipation, asthma, high blood pressure, COVID-19, and improve upon brain injuries, especially ones with convulsive states, spasticity, born blind, mute, and so much more. Not only that, because of Judalise, we have become licensed financial advisors. We started CEO Trades and have set up a website at CEODavidDiaz.com. Now, we constantly are invited to give talks to groups of people within schools and professional settings about money, health, life, and business strategies. If there is anything that you can learn from this book, then let it be. There is always another way to look at your reality. You are poor only if you make up your mind to be poor. You can be rich and wealthy if you take the proper steps required to attain riches. But never forget that you are not alone. You are one person away from putting you on the path to reaching your dreams in life. Chapter 1. Clueless engagement. When I think of high school, it reminds me of the greatest moments of my life. Although, just as most students around the world, I didn't have any idea what I wanted to become as I progressed in life. I didn't know who to ask for advice or what kind of advice I was seeking from people. I had no clue of what to expect from life in general. But I was not worried about all of this, and why should I have been, since I had no dreams to fulfill and no plan for my future? How would I know that I needed to have a blueprint of my life? I remember making a self-disciplined commitment to myself that I would do the best I could to get the best grades possible. Could you imagine being able to make a decision like this at any point in your life? But I still had no idea what I wanted. I was clueless. I was disciplined enough that I committed myself to a responsible, routine student. Did my grades meet up to my challenge? All of my grades were the best that they could have been according to my capabilities. But unfortunately, just as many, I had one class where I barely succeeded. I even remember having to retake the Regents test in order to pass biology. I did not have the highest grades in science. However, I had the best grades according to my abilities. I was eager to learn about the earth, biology, and chemistry. Were they easy? It was not easy for me. I did not manage to pass. Just as many others struggled to get good grades, it turns out most of us had a hard time making the grades in specific classes. After all, is science really important for the majority of us? Why is it required when a good portion of us fail the class every year? I did pass later on. The best part of school was going to training for my track meets. I loved to run even though I was not the best nor the fastest. As a runner, I got a chance to make some of the greatest friends. I remember Crespo, who was a great and responsible peer throughout high school and very dedicated to his students. I remember Taylor, who was an all-around athlete and part of my freshman homeroom team for our freshman year in high school. Taylor and a group of us managed to win all competitions for our homeroom. Basketball, track, and raffle sales, we were the best freshman homeroom team. This was not required, but we put our hearts into competing and we were pretty well organized. In cross-country running, Coombs was the tallest as well as the fastest in our team. Pimentel was the comedian of the crew, going everywhere with his joking ways. He always had his way to get us laughing. These four, out of all the rest, have remained in my memories for time to come. After over 2 decades, I don't know much about them personally other than what one may find on social media. Nor did I know how important it was to have maintained communication throughout our lives. Although I have tried communicating, things have changed so much for me and them. That is not the same experience anymore. But they will forever be in my memories as the greatest peers I have had to this day. Was track and running worth the experience? I will never regret being a part of such a team. I remember each person as if it were today. I remember the long trainings, the long train rides to the fields, the van rides, and the cross-country courses were part of the experience. It was truly the best journey that was part of creating the person who I am today. We were not the fastest as individuals, but as a team, we ranked pretty high in competition. We won first place as a team in some of our cross-country events in Van Cortlandt Park, Bronx, New York. One particular race, we placed the top 5 runners coming through the finish line with over 250 runners. We were not the tallest nor had big muscles, but instead scrawny, disciplined, hard training, lean, and determined. We always managed to have a great team, and we had a great time. Taylor loved cross country so much that he would participate, but not as a die-hard competitor. He maintained training for fun and to keep in shape for basketball season. Taylor was the most popular student in our school and the main source of public relations for our class and school. I always looked up to him, as he always had a leader appearance to his spirit. He was also a dependable friend and brother. High school was the place that we had minimal worries. We enjoyed every moment without the expenses tied to society. Why would we need to worry about money when we had the basics of what we needed? Cell phones were too expensive and they were huge devices we did not have easy access to acquiring, just as we do today. Can you imagine that in a few years from the writing of this book, the possibilities of cell phones becoming obsolete is highly likely? Many of the students that attended school with me came from poor neighborhoods in New York City. We were statistically identified to fail in life. After all, I was told by a guidance counselor that the success rate was so minimal that most of us were predetermined to either wind up in jail, sell drugs, or consume drugs. Can you believe what went through my mind as I was told this tough to believe statistic that pursued us? I thank God for receiving this horrifying message, as it truly made a difference in my life to get me closer to where I want to be and far away from jails and drugs. This message helped me to stay on an empowering path. Who would not be determined to defy the odds and not become a hard-working citizen by doing something that leads to a better path in life? Only those who focus on the much easier and more negative choices that are available tend to accept the statistics. Well, I was determined to be free of the negative statistics that were against me. My objectives still are succeeding in life. I still did not have a solid plan for my future when I was in high school. I managed to create a vision in my mind that whatever I did in life, it would not be crime nor drug related. This shows the power that we possess within each and every one of us. You can be clear of what you do not want, as well as eventually clear of what you do want. Create a vision of where you want to be. Hold on to that vision and never stop thinking about it. I did not realize how much we are capable of in life until 20 or more years later. As we progressed in life, in high school, we were worry-free. We had minimal responsibilities that were required with the use of money. We always had food and it was available upon request. We were not the type to have the most expensive sneakers on the market. We were a team that always sat together at lunchtime. I enjoyed seeing my friends at lunch. We enjoyed some crazy conversations. Didn't you have some memorable moments yourself back in high school? Doesn't being part of a club or a team make the difference in an individual's life? At any age, being a part of some entity, community, club, association, etc., makes a positive impact on your life just as much as it does for your purpose of becoming involved in the first place. It not only impacts you, but as a group, team, or club, you create a more powerful and meaningful relationship and effort. Why do the majority of students neglect to join a club or a team? Why do so few choose to represent their school as well as fellow students? While in high school, being part of a team formalized our education. It gave us strength. We felt the spirit of the school always with us in support and in pushing us to do the impossible by spiritual unification. I cannot tell you how this happens, much less can I tell you how to improve it than joining some entity, group, association, or institution and feel for yourself what powers are expanded from your participation as a representative to any organization. Why is this not required? Why did we not receive a talk on the value and the importance of belonging to a community or team? Why weren't we told that the success rate is higher for those who join an organized group or school team? Because these are value secrets. We are not required to go all out in life. Most of the people on this earth do not have any idea of the power of spiritual backing. The way you feel and act moves you towards your success spiritually, emotionally, and physically in short and long-term gains. So take your time to think about what it is that you would like to become a part of in your life and your neighborhood. Think about what benefits it will serve your surroundings. Those benefits are part of what makes a human being. Those are parts of the reasons why we need to be part of either representing and serving our community organizations. We can build a need to enhance spiritual and physical participation in others and ourselves. What happens when you leave an organized group or sport or activity? I remember my senior year in high school as one of the toughest years. It was not tough in regards to schoolwork. It was tough because I did not know how to handle the situations I faced that year. I did not know who to turn to and who to talk to about walls I hit. How could I confront my mistakes? I had no idea how to solve my problems. Who could I trust? No one came to my aid at that time in my life. Just as most of us, I did not have any idea of what to expect and that it was possible to resolve a better atmosphere and environment for myself. Why do we experience hardship? What do we learn in high school that prepared us for life? Why did we have to figure out the hard things in life on our own? Did you know that choosing to do the hard things in life can lead us to success? For teenagers and young adults, these were part of the big questions that we failed to discuss, debate, and challenge our ways of how to work things out to be ready for life. In the following pages, I will guide you to the secrets of what is not required in life, much less from high school. My focus to you, the reader, is to guide you to apply the self-transformational change to your life and your plans. To seek and have a mentor or coach at all times to help you grow. Find your blueprint in life as well as a GPS for your finances, relationships, business, philanthropy, and anything else you may find you need to fulfill. I will show the reader important tools that are prerequisite for life but often go neglected and untaught. Our fast-paced society does not take time to share a much better story, a story that would admonish our success in everyday situations as well as our personal living. But do you know that most people do not even know that there are paths to a better life? Chapter 2. Where are you going? When it was my turn to search for work at the age of 15, all I wanted was to make some money. However, my first job was working for no salary. I was not concentrating on making money as much as I wanted to be a part of helping others. I did get free breakfast and free lunch. What was my plan? What's your plan? At the age of 15, I had no plan other than the plan of helping others. Don't you think that it was and always will be the right thing to do? I had no means to my ends. I had not mapped out a route or a plan of where I wanted to go helping others. I had no idea of what I wanted for my future except that at the present time, I wanted to engage in helping out. I remember saying this regularly. I wanted to help out because it was the right thing to do. Oh my, I wish I had more solid plans for my future, but anyway, it went without a concrete purpose. Then I started to work for $4 per hour back in 1986. Wow, this was awesome. I was thrilled as it included lunch. I got to eat some of the finest Chinese foods in Mott Street, which was the heart of New York Chinatown. What were my duties at the store? I wrapped ornaments, gifts for customers, translations. I was pleased to assist people. I was also a Ticketmaster seller. This was the only authorized vendor back in the 80s and 90s when Ticketmaster was highly exclusive. I didn't make much, but for those repeating customers whom I was able to acquire front row tickets to special events such as the Rolling Stones, I got huge tips. These jobs were enjoyable. I had no intention of moving on to bigger and better things. I had no plans of what I wanted to do. I did not know what I needed to have plans in order to know where I was headed. What else could I do? I did what anyone else would do in my shoes. I tried many different jobs. As I reached my 18th birthday, I took my first salesman job selling Kirby vacuum cleaners in Yonkers, New York. Wow, that was not an easy job. It was very tough and I felt uncomfortable. I had to learn how to talk to people, teach them about the best vacuum cleaner, and try to make a sale. I was really bad at selling vacuum cleaners, but I never comprehended nor learned the reasons why I was doing it. I didn't even learn how to sell. What was I to do? But I did not give up. I kept at it for several months. Although I was not making a lot of money, I kept trying to sell Kirby vacuums. The experience was well worth it, even though I was not successful at selling vacuum cleaners. The more I was out on the field, the more I learned the techniques to accomplish a sale. With every opportunity that I was given to present the model, I learned to communicate. That is to sell. With every sale, I wanted to sell more. Most importantly, I learned how to talk to people. I learned how to teach so that people would feel a benefit from the information I was providing. The more I saw people at their homes, the more I was starting to sell vacuum cleaners. But this job did not last. During all this time, I was experiencing college life. Some of my toughest times were experienced in college. I had no support because I did not seek for one. I had no mentor nor support group to talk to at college because I did not even think about having one. I didn't bother to ask, nor did I have any intentions of getting a mentor or coach. It was really hard. I felt as if the college did not provide me with a solid plan of who we could talk to or where to search for counseling and mentoring. I did remember speaking to one counselor who had me take an assessment test. He told me that I would most likely never graduate. I was really upset with the news, the counselor told me. Actually, I was pissed off because of his answer to my evaluation, and I assured him that he was totally wrong. I told him that I would not continue without graduating college. Well, I dropped out after my first semester. Planning for the future is part of the mental challenge. I had no plans for saving. I had no plans for owning a house. I had no plans for advancing my future. I only had a simple plan to get myself out of debt. I was really good at getting into debt. Well, I believe, isn't everybody good at getting into debt? But the real question is, I believe that many of us need to learn. How can we get out of debt and enjoy the process? Many are afraid of being out of debt because there is no timeline to getting out of debt. What else could I do to create a better environment for me? I had no idea. I was unable to come up with viable solutions, but I never gave up because I believed in that we need to continue trying different things. How are you planning for your immediate future? your intermediate future, or your long-term future? I wrote a letter to the president of our college, the most horrible letter I could have ever written. I did not even edit the letter because I was just following someone else's advice. What did the letter say? I believe it said good things about the college. It stated how happy I was to be a part of St. Peter's College. I mentioned the school that I came from, Nativity Mission Center, and La Salle Academy High School. I also mentioned how I did not edit this letter as not to change the original message. That was where I really screwed up. Always correct yourself. If you do not know how to correct yourself, seek someone to correct your communications. It really does pay to have your life evaluated so that you can become more presentable professionally, and it is a better way to sell you. This is how we learn to make plans for our wants in life. Making errors was my middle name. I always made errors. I was expected to make mistakes that cost me dearly. After all, this is what my counselor told me at my first college. What did I want to do after writing a horrible letter? I wanted to dig a hole so that I could hide from all. This was my plan, one that got me to be realized in an alternative method. I stayed away from people. I was embarrassed and ashamed for all my stupidities in life. I was avoiding contact with people. Wow. I got a chance to enjoy being alone and away from people. I had not intended this to happen. I was afraid of being ridiculed. After all, where was I going? Are you afraid of being ridiculed? I know I was. I know now that this is part of learning and growing. Back then, when I was in college, I was not aware of what I meant. I was not smart enough to figure out that there were mentors at the campus. All we need to do is ask. Ask, and you shall receive. Chapter 3. Coach or mentor? Yes, I could have used a coach or mentor. What happens if at a game you take away the coaches? What happens to each team? How would their game plans evolve? Who would guide them? How would you figure out what to do next? After all, don't we all have someone who guides us in life? Someone who makes us progress faster in less time and aids us in producing more? We all have people that we would like to imitate in life. Very few of us live the dream of being someone someday. However, we wind up not asking for advice. Usually, the first response to advice is, I can do this on my own. Are we required to do things on our own? We are here to help each other to figure out what life is all about for us and for our communities. Cooperation is key to building our future version of ourselves. Why weren't we told that we could not solve everything on our own? Do you know you have people who can help you solve problems? There is always someone willing to help. I did not know this. How was I supposed to know this if no one ever told me? Well, guess what? There will always be different ways to solve your problems. When you don't have an answer, you need to ask yourself questions. Write down these questions. Make the problems or questions visual so that now it is sized down to a sheet of paper. Once you have written them down, now you have a visual of your problem. If you are still unable to answer your questions, then you need to do the following. Ask yourself, what can I read to find solutions in answering my questions? Oh yes, reading or listening to a book or two is a great way to find others who have gone through similar experiences in solving the same type of questions that you may have. Once you have read a book or two and you still are stuck in answering your questions, then you must do the following. Who can I ask to help me solve my questions? Wow, what a great question as well. If you can find the right person to guide you or someone to help you in solving your questions, magical things begin to happen. All of these point to a solid direction, prosperity and abundance lane. Now, this is one way to solve questions. We sometimes take it for granted, but now that we have learned how to take a shot at solving problems, doesn't it make it so much easier? There are ways for us to figure out a great amount of the problems that we face, and one of those is realizing that we are not alone. Someone else has had the same problems and therefore knows how to solve it. But it always helps to find the right books and or to have someone on our side rooting for us. Chapter 4. Deeper. Is there anything I can do to solve my problems? To solve your problems, here's what you need to do. Make a list of all the possible answers to solving your problem. The more you write, the more powerful your answers to your problem. What can we learn about the problem? Write all the possible things you can learn from the problem or potentially learn from the problem that you're facing. A problem is not always negative. I mean, the first reaction because of the way we were brought up is usually negative. Usually our brain is in survival mode, but the good thing is that we can train our brains to give us better solutions and answers to the problems that we face. We tend to look at the negative aspects of situations first. As we start to look deeper, we find that there are deeper meanings in our situations. In order to solve my problem, what am I willing to do? Write down 2 columns. Column A should be what you're willing to do or could be willing to do, and column B should detail why you are not willing or able to do on that column. Both of these columns reinforce your expectancy of solving a situation. If you feel you have no expectations, what expectations could you have? It still helps to realize that you are not far off from having or achieving a specific goal. If these do not help, then ask yourself, what book can I read? There are all sorts of books that are great resources to solve problems. This day and age, you can carry your answers in the palm of your hands just by searching. However, I recommend for those few who are daring to read or listen to a book in your field of interest or concern. You would be amazed at the more powerful resources available from reading. Many of us who choose to write do it to inspire, serve, educate, entertain, inform, motivate, train, communicate, etc. We read to learn and to acquire strength, wisdom, and intelligence. Knowledge can help us to build our cannon of power. Invest in your knowledge account with new information regularly. You should also ask yourself, who can I ask for help? When all else fails, we have created a powerfully written document that can help us with all the answers we have provided. Either we find the answers to our problems or we have built a treasure chest of knowledge to be able to approach someone who may assist and guide us in resolving our questions. I also recommend getting a coach, someone that you feel comfortable enough to share your story and questions. Coaches are easy to find, but only the best will get you running to your opportunities. Mentors or coaches provide resources to analyze, to solve, and to create solutions to your problems. These are the reasons why I have become a financial life and business strategist coach. Just as Malcolm Knowles says, I have become a coach to learn, to teach, and to help people resolve in becoming more proficient practitioners of achieving their goals. There is always at least 2 answers to what we want: do or not do. All we have to do is search for it. Any experience should be welcomed in your life. From failure to regret and despair to joy, Happiness and sadness should all be accepted in your life. You cannot tell which experience will guide you to your next opportunity. Embrace all your experiences as they can all lead to advancement. We all want to do something about our own situations. We all want to improve our lifestyles. What are you actually doing to improve your lifestyle right now? The fact is that all we do is want. We want our life to change. We want our income to change. We want our finances to change. We want our boss to change. As Jim Rohn would say in his talks, well, let me tell you this, it is not going to change. In order for it to change, you have to change. You have to change. How do we change? We have to stop thinking about our paychecks as it controls us. Our paychecks should not necessarily be the ultimate goal in life. Our paychecks should be a tool for what service we provide or product we sell. We have to start thinking about ourselves. Building value for yourself is the sure method to eventually having things change around you. Some tend to think that the more hours they put into working, the more they can produce. I was one of those people. We are usually caught up in the fictitious realm of working more means more money. Well, did you know that the more you work, it does not necessarily guarantee more money? The more you work means that the more you are able to realize your boss's dreams. Is this what you really want? You should also note that it actually means less time you will have for your family, less time you will have for your friends, and less time you will have for you, yourself. The only way to increase your salary is by increasing your value to the marketplace. All we need is inside of us. We just have to develop what already exists internally. How can we develop what is already inside of us? Even if we told you what you need to do you even have time to improve your life? Do you even feel like improving your life? Do you fear change? Are you too comfortable now that you don't want to take a risk in life? Don't you know someone in this type of situation? Of course you do. But chances are that you have never noticed because you are surrounded by people who live a mediocre lifestyle. People in general feel pleased with whatever life has given them. But if you were to find a reason or purpose to pursue something with more meaning, with more success, in order to fill your life with accomplishments, it will take some changes. Most people feel so comfortable in whatever they are doing that they will never bother to be more than the average person. Can you believe that when we are offered an awesome method of improving our lives, we have a specific automatic response? In order to achieve what is meant for us, we have to be willing to take chances, especially in those situations or goals that are part of the unknown. We need to become self-disciplined in doing the daily tasks to get us to build a business, to get us to lose the weight, to repair our family situation, or whatever it may be that you would love to see improvement. Every day, every single day, we must have a set of principles and habits of high performance we need to adhere ourselves towards. If we work on ourselves daily, nothing is impossible. I mean, just look at Thomas A. Edison, the inventor of the light bulb, among other people or things. He tried thousands of times to invent the light bulb with no success. When he was asked why would he keep going, he said that he knew 9,999 ways how to not make a light bulb. Should we pursue our goals in this fashion? Shouldn't we be able to learn from our failures, errors, and embarrassments? Yes, you can cry. Yes, you can get upset. But do not forget to ask yourself, what can you learn from this to make things better or enjoy the process? If we know what we want, then we are in control. Those of us who know or have an idea of what they want, we should pat ourselves on the back for knowing what we want. We should know that we are in the elite few who dare to dream big. Maybe 5% of the world population knows or has a path to acquiring some type or form of greatness. We should know that for every failure that we encompass, those who have succeeded have had many more failures. Do not ever feel as if you are lost. Feel the best from what lemons life throws at you. Knowing what you want is part of what is not required of you. You are not required to succeed as much as you are not required to get out of debt, lose weight, heal from an illness, repair family relationships, build a business, and the list goes on and on. We say we want to be a teacher, but what is our purpose for wanting to be a teacher or anything else? If you can answer this question, then you have reasons to continue and drive to attain your life dreams. Better yet, what is your passion? Did you know that if you are involved in something that you love or with people who you love, it makes it so much more of an enjoyable process to reach your life dreams? Chapter 5: Money and Finance. As kids, we have some of the best times of our lives. We get a chance to play with new friends. Actually, it is so much easier to make new friends as it happens naturally. We get a chance to run freely. We are worry-free and love to enjoy life. What happens as we get to high school? High school is a game changer. People are dressing up to impress each other. Young men will look at the sneakers others are wearing. The young women will look at everything other young women are wearing. Why does this happen? Society has engraved within us that we must wear the best. Society has us looking for name brands without any precautions of who can afford it or not. The majority of us do not have any limits or expectations about spending or even making money. Some of us only know how to say, "Give me money," or "Can I get some money to buy?" If we remember the movie The Matrix, when Neo meets Morpheus for the first time, in this movie, Morpheus asks Neo to make a choice between the blue pill or the red pill. The red pill, Morpheus says, will provide Neo with the truth. Neo will learn the truth about the Matrix and how to free himself from this life of entrapment. The blue pill, Morpheus says, will make this all seem like an illusion, where everything will go back to the way it was, and Neo will wake up as if all of this were not real. Neo asks, "What is the Matrix?" Morpheus: "It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth." Neo: "What truth?" Neo learns that he is a slave in a world that 99% of the people are playing their part. Morpheus: "Like everyone else, you are born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch. A prison for your mind. You cannot be told what it is. You have to see it for yourself. Are you ready to learn the truth about our world? Here it is. The world is in debt. We all have some revolving credit, whether we like it or not. We all have a credit card, loans, debit cards, leases, mortgage, etc. How can we escape this reality? It is much easier to be in debt than to escape, manage, or even overcome debt. Becoming a master of your own finances is what can truly make a difference in your financial landscape. Society today and throughout time has been and will always be based on lending principles. Our presidents take loans, Congress increases spending, banks take loans from the governments, businesses take loans from banks, individuals have loans. No matter how you see it, the majority of us will have loans controlling us. We live in a matrix where debt is king. We all want money. Do we really need it? Absolutely. Money is not needed. However, we were brought up into a world that wants money. Money controls our lives from the day we decide we want it. Money is the way to get things done. Back in high school, is where a lot of the wants begin. But who teaches us what are the differences between our wants versus our needs? We were broke in high school. We depended on our family and those who cared for us to receive money. Some of us knew how painful it was for our families to give us even $1. But we had no worries about money. We were broke. I was broke. I remember owning a pair of Nike high tops that were red with black, which my parents purchased for $25. Wow, what a sweet deal. I had purchased Reebok spikes for cross-country competition for $19.99. I could not bear to see my parents spend money on me. We were broke. As teenagers, we feel that we are in love. It was crazy, but it feels good. Life, love with life in general, love with ourselves. But in order for us to maintain these feelings, we need money. First, our sneakers or clothing, and now we needed to impress or go out with someone. Now, the big thing that kids need money is to purchase games on their tablets, phones, or devices and sneakers. This is how our matrix begins. Are we aware of this? Do we know we just took the pill to learn the truth? Is debt required for us to proceed in life? There is always more than one way to do something. There are opportunities in the worst of situations. Do we really have to get into debt? Why do we not learn about money at an earlier age? We do know that at certain institutions, if you pay the right amount, you will learn everything you need to succeed. Why do the majority of us lack this kind of money to pay for the knowledge that actually is worth it? Because no one has been inspired enough to look for a better solution to our problems, which are concerns or questions that must be solved. When you are born into a rich family, they have a plan for their children, usually. So guess what? If you come from a broke family, then all you might pick up are broke principles. That will lead you to a regular job, making an average salary that will keep you in debt for the rest of your life. That is if you are not willing to do something to change your situation. As we get into debt, we become depressed. We may even cry because things do not work out the way we intended. Why don't we ask or seek advice? Why do we try to solve everything on our own? Did you know that finances can drive people to the point of suicide? Does suicide solve the problems? Suicide is the easiest decision we can make. We are all seconds away from this type of situation. That is, if we do not take control of our emotions. Our minds are so powerful. The only way to see the power much easier is by concentrating on the things that make us do the wrong things, such as people do when they focus on committing suicide. It is a terrible thing to do, but our minds are so powerful that we can conceive anything that we believe and want to achieve. Do you know you are able to do fantastic things when you have hit rock bottom? When we hit rock bottom, there is only one way to go up. Up is the only way to go. Many of us find this out the hard way. We are not required to know the basics of economics. We tend to do the best we can with the little we have. Do you believe that we are focusing on the wrong goal? There will always be a better way, and with guidance, you can get there sooner. Everyone has a family member who gets into debt. They not only get into debt, they ask anyone and everyone for money, from friends to family members, on a loan basis. What a Ponzi scheme. Money will not solve all your problems, but it can get you out of debt if you have a way. Money can also buy happiness in a vast amount of circumstances. Yes, I know that there will be some who disagree, but for those who have a difference of opinion and see things with other perspectives, there are ways it can buy happiness for the majority of us. When I fundraise through my not-for-profit organization, check under ceo.com daviddiaz.com, to help some poor person with the roofing for their home, provide educational materials for children, or for the Center for Children's Brain Injury and Health Advancement, doesn't it buy that person or family some happiness? So how can we become more proficient in utilizing money? If we only started out with a plan, making a plan is the first step. What are you doing now to increase your income? Here is a simple plan that is not required, but one that can follow to get out of debt and into a better opportunity while creating value for ourselves. Number one, get a job if you don't have one. This job allows you to pay our monthly bills and to pay ourselves. Some will need a plan to get out of debt as well. But once we are out of debt, at least 10% needs to be taken out of our paychecks for our method of paying ourselves and putting it into a savings plan for a not too far future investment. Number two, get a part-time job as well. This is a temporary job that will last until we get out of your financial crisis. This job should allow us to pay debtors. We need to have a written plan so that we can visualize who we owe, how much we owe each person, and how we plan to pay. There are many methods to pay people. We should pay the smallest amounts first. This will make us feel better as we see the number of people we owe decrease. My clients experience positive reinforcement as they cross off paying someone or accomplishing some goal. Can you imagine making a visual chart in which you can see all your debt and you can depend on your goals according to your plan? Cross them off one by one as you start to resolve. We will find a way to make our lives count by getting out of debt first. Show them your plan. That's number three. Show them your plan. If you have debt, talk to all your debtors and let them know your situation before they approach you. When you approach them, it says that although you are in debt, you are responsible enough to come up with a way to get out of debt. Communication is being lost due to handheld devices. Communication will be a more powerful tool in the years to come, as it will be a way of doing business for the common person who is addicted to devices. Number four, once you pay all your debt, remember to use some money for your family. We all dislike not to have enough for that ice cream kids want. We all cannot deny our spouses of money they may need. Get into the habit of taking care of your loved ones early and not after the situation is out of control. Yes, tell me about it, as I know firsthand, because I have felt the same way. But I found that if we take care of them more regularly, they will be more understanding of our situation. Budget lives within means. Use the envelope method to cover expenses. Label your envelopes on a monthly basis. Rent, gas and electric, mobile, car, insurance, kids, wife, savings, tithing, etc., whatever it is that you need to label your envelopes. The more of a plan we create, the more we easily can get out of debt. Get advice from those you want to emulate. If you admire how Michael Jordan, Benjamin Franklin, John Wooden, Eliud Kipchoge, or anyone you believe has their life in order, find out what they did to get there. Research by reading and find credible stories by surfing the internet for their books and works. This is not required, but it will get us ahead of the masses of people who say such an idiotic response as they have no time. If you had no time, then you would be dead. Can't we think of a better reason to pursue a positive experience? Budget and save consistently. Number 7, budget and save consistently. Make sure you put away some money as emergency cash, savings account to treat yourself for family and friends. Number 8, greed is taking over the world rapidly. Many of us do not understand the significance of giving back. We reap what we sow. The more we give, the more we will receive. The receiving part will be multiplied. Just look at farmers, how they spend the season planting and taking care of their crops. Soon enough, they reap what they have sown. Just as farmers do not have instant gratification, so will most of us. It takes time and possibly going to some or many trials, errors in order to reap the benefits that await us on the other side of failure. All who give will receive a magical multiplied return that will benefit them immensely. The biggest magic happens in the giving, but it does not return overnight. I strongly believe in giving 10% to tithing. When we give money such as $500 to a charity, our friends tend to think big deal. However, when you go out and personally give food to the homeless or talk to them, everyone is amazed. Wow. Whether either give money or give time, they both do someone or some family good. Number 9, every day you should dedicate 1 hour to creating a better you. Every day we can grow by what we read. We can learn a new skill. We can develop a business one day at a time. Write your goals down, and soon enough, you will see them alive in your world. Do you need assistance with any of these 9? Get a coach. We have an excellent and affordable program to get you going to bigger and better places in less time, producing more. The opportunities are there, whether you see them or not. It will depend on your mentality. How can a mind that is filled with doubt concentrate on victory? Do you need a time management schedule? Contact us through our website at ceodaviddiaz.com so that you can download the time management sheet, or we may assist you in other ways such as hiring a mentor or coaching program. If we only had figured out that there are better alternatives. We often think of spending before we think of saving. As a matter of fact, many do not have any idea as to why do we make a purchase. We think that buying our way through life is the easiest benefit and feels good instantly. Every day we have a chance to save and not spend money every moment. In every city, there are free events going on in our lives. Did you ever plan or research these free events? Somewhere, someone is reaping the benefits of saving and not spending when they go to events. Are we reaping the benefits of free venues around our local areas? What a great way to save, enjoy life, and enjoy entertainment. We fail many times in the process of getting our finances just right. How can our finances in our lives become better today? We learn to save. We learn about success through accomplishing the goals or similar goals. Money is to be used as a tool. Money should be used for acquiring pleasures, invest, and beyond, and to contribute to nonprofits. How do we best utilize money as the tool that it is meant to be, or does money use us? Do we have enough money when we start out? The majority of wealthy people in the world start out broke. Do not figure that the wealthy are always born rich or that they had it easy in life. The biggest differences between us and the wealthy include the following. The wealthy have 24 hours a day to perform their task, and so does the rest of the world. The wealthy are never complacent with what they have, but to celebrate their wins, while the poor feel as life has given them all that they could ever acquire or need. The wealthy feel that they are in control of their destiny, while the poor feel they are determined to fail. The wealthy work hard, have a balanced life, and take time off. The wealthy are focused and disciplined in obtaining their objectives, while the poor only wish for success. Remember that your attitude reflects your altitude. The wealthy think of grand goals and are never complacent, while the poor feel comfortable. The wealthy seek opportunities, while the poor are focused on the obstacles. Those who have failed will always say that there are too many people searching for gold, and why should I? Will you see the opportunities or will you see the obstacles? The wealthy interchange their earnings for the effort that they have put into their work, while the poor interchange for money. Those who fail terribly, it is because they put a price on their time. Those who are successful put a price on their abilities. Most poor are self centered on the ideas that a simple salary will get them ahead in life. The wealthy always continue to learn, read, take courses, go to seminars, and have a coach or mentor, while the poor believe that they have learned everything that they need from school or a course. Isn't it really sad to see people who state they have learned everything? We all think that we learn from just taking a course or two, but the moment that we stop learning is the moment we stop growing. The moment that we stop improving ourselves, we stop from acquiring more. There is a famous saying that states the following: I only know that I know nothing. The wealthy reinvest their money while the poor spend it on everything. Most of the money spent is because of a psychological appeal, since things are on sale. Yes, a magical word that is so addictive: on sale. The wealthy know how to have their money work for them, while the poor work for their money. What a drastic difference. I believe we need to learn how to utilize money, or it will grab us and keep us chained to debt. Why do we spend on coffee, soda, chips, junk, and more junk? Wouldn't you want to know how to invest it so that you can retire with at least $1 million or more? The wealthy associate themselves with positive and influential people, while the poor associate themselves with negative people. You are either seeing the cup half empty or you are seeing it half full. We need to look for new relationships that will bring us closer to success. Those who are associated with poor people just because they themselves are poor tend to receive the most unbelievable advice, as poor friends will advise them. Why are they trying a new job or opportunity or business when you are okay with what you are doing? While the rich support, assist, compliment on progress and taking risks in life, just remember that if you want to create enemies, make better friends. Lastly, the wealthy are those who, while with character, while the poor are those without character. Someone with character keeps executing by taking action even after they have surpassed the emotions of failure, fear, and doubt. The poor will decide today to do something, but tomorrow they just feel that they do not need to do anything more. Why aren't we doing what the wealthy are doing? Because we seem to ask the wrong questions. Therefore, we are getting the wrong answers. We can be whatever we want to be as long as we believe and we do something to attain it. Those are the differences that we neglect to have in our lives. What is stopping us now from being wealthy? I believe that we need to decide to search for someone who is doing what we would like to be doing and do all that you can to become like that person so that you may someday have all that the person has acquired. Chapter 6: Traditional Investment Options. How much are you planning to be worth by the time you are 65? A 401k. What are you doing to prepare for your financial future now? The 401k or IRA is a great investment if it is utilized properly. Does your company match what you invest in a 401k? If it does, you have a sweet deal. Most do not have a matching program and therefore lack the 2-for-1 matching that is provided by the company that you may be employed. Did you know that whatever you put into a 401k, you cannot access it before the age of 59 and a half without penalty? That is correct. The government poses a penalty on your access to a 401k before the age of 59 and a half. They can give you a loan on your money, but if you do not pay it back by the time you are 59 and a half, you will have to pay the penalty on the money borrowed through the use of the funds accumulated within the 401k. This penalty is usually at around 50%. Did you know that the money inside a 401k or IRA gets invested in the stock market? So whatever happens in the stock market, your money will reflect the same experience. Remember how the stock market dropped 38% in 2008 market crash? The stock market also dropped by about 30% in March of 2020. I lost close to half of my money back in 2008, but regained it as time went forward. The same thing in March of 2020. I lost close to 20%, but now have made it back and I have a surplus in my investments. Most people withdrew what they had inside their 401k in 2008 as if they felt there was nothing to be gained from leaving it inside the retirement investment. However, I never touched it. I left it there for better or worse. And sure enough, I believe within 3 years' time, my money had recovered its losses from the crash. It is unbelievable how people react so abruptly to circumstances and try to grab and go with whatever it is that they have access. If those who withdrew from the stock market had just waited patiently, all their money would have gained back. When you reach the age of 59 and a half, you are then authorized to withdraw funds which are according to a few restrictions with the laws of investing. Now, in a traditional 401k, you pay your taxes later in life. How much do you pay in taxes? That will depend upon if you are single, married, and or have dependents. But just imagine if at retirement age you are left with your wife as a dependent so that you can claim a dependent on your taxes. That is if she didn't work throughout her life, then you have a pretty good chance of having a better tax rate than when you are single with no dependents. With a spouse on your taxes, you will be able to take out tax-free a maximum of somewhere near $20,000 per year or so, assuming it does not change due to inflation and it does not change by your location. This means that if the first year you wanted to access $50,000 from your retirement funds, you would need to pay taxes on $30,000. Average taxes for joint tax filing are usually around 30%. This would mean that you would be paying $9,000 out of that $30,000 to Uncle Sam. I know this sounds unbelievable. However, in order to take out that additional $30,000, you would need to take out closer to $40,000 so that the IRS can have its fair share of the pot you acquired throughout your life. Not only that, by law, you are required to start taking out of your 401k by the age of 70, which is known as a required minimum distribution, RMD, or face paying the penalty for not withdrawing your funds. How much is the penalty? The penalty is usually 50% of what you have acquired in your investment. So if you are single at the age of retirement, you will have the highest tax bracket. If you have a 401k, the best thing to do is to have our team evaluate it for you. Did you just invest in your 401k or were you put into it? Do you know all the legalities behind your 401k? Are you eligible to transfer your 401k into other investments penalty-free or at a much lower rate that will benefit you? These are some of the questions that we can assist you with. Make an appointment to talk to one of our staff about your 401k at ceodaviddiaz.com. Roth IRA. On the other hand, you have the option of a Roth IRA. These are investments that get taxed as soon as you put money into them. What is the advantage? Well, if you have a spouse and two dependents, your taxes are much lower than compared to someone at your similar age and who has no dependents. A Roth IRA will make sense if you have a financial advisor who knows exactly how to assist you with making the properly balanced investments so that you do not have to face penalties later. However, there are still stipulations on the amount of money that you can invest in any given year. The benefits are that if you have a family, then you pay fewer taxes as you go into the investment, because compared to when you get older, when you are either married or single, you will be closer to the highest tax bracket that is available, which is the better investment, a 401k or a Roth IRA. This will depend on circumstances, and it changes according to many factors. The best way to get your better outlook on these investments is to sit down with a financial advisor, and one of my associates can walk you through the process. Isn't it so much easier when you have a financial professional that can assist you with building wealth? Is it an inconvenience to set up a free consultation on how to best invest your money? Go to ceodaviddiaz.com. Chapter 7. Money working for you. How are you planning to invest what you save? Yes, that 10% or more that you are putting away can get invested. One of the companies that I am licensed to do work for has a fantastic vision for families. Under this company, I get to educate, train, and develop the average person to become a financial professional and to assist others in the same path. But the coolest thing about it, you do not have to leave your current job or position. The vision of our company that specializes in financial strategies for individuals, families, and business is that everyone should get ahead in the basics on where they are with debt, saving money, and how to park money. Here's an excerpt of how we educate, train, and prepare individuals to become financial professionals. There are two types of families in America. One consists of the majority of population making less than 100K, have a job, probably a 401k plan. Some even have term life insurance. They usually rent a home or an apartment. They like to put money in the bank and have credit card debt, mostly with minimal tax advantages. Usually have no financial advisor and lack a plan to creating and building wealth. Do you know anyone in this situation? Family 2 consists of those who make 250K or above. They are business owners and have permanent life insurance. They own a home and have a diversified portfolio. Family 2 maintains themselves debt-free and utilizes debt to produce as an investment, and they have maximized tax advantages. This is because they have a financial professional. Family 2 consists of a small population in America and around the world. Which of these two are you or your parents a part of? Most people don't plan to fail. They just fail to plan. Out there, future with a vision to have an improved lifestyle. They just fail to plan out their future with a vision to have an improved lifestyle. When babies are born, they are taken to the doctor monthly during their first year. After that, these toddlers are taken yearly for a regular checkup. How often do you consider it to check your health yearly? If yearly we are supposed to get a health checkup, when did you have in mind to get a yearly financial checkup? When was the last time you had a financial checkup? Just as important as it is to get a health checkup, wouldn't you agree that it is either unimportant, very important, or important to provide financial security for your financial future? Have you ever considered, or do you have an updated will? Do you currently have life insurance? Does your company provide you with a retirement plan? And have you heard of the 7702 IRS tax code? You see, most of us have a high-tech smartphone, which most will have insurance to cover against theft, and damage for a phone that can be worth more than $1,000. But what if you had a money producing machine that is worth a lot more money at home? What would you do to keep it safe? You probably would keep it dry. You would take care of it as much time as needed. I believe that you would also insure it, just in case, God forbid, circumstances were to take that money producing machine away from you. Doesn't this sound like the correct plan to have in place? Did you know that you have a money producing machine? Where is that machine found? That machine is usually the head of the household, the breadwinner for the home. But different from an actual machine, do you have insurance to protect you against loss of health, long-term care, or sudden death? What happens to your family if you couldn't provide them with food, rent money, and other expenses? This is the difference between someone who is broke and someone who knows how to have their money working for them. Most of us do not know how to make an investment for ourselves and our family. Insurance exists for the purpose of creating an emergency fund for unforeseen circumstances. Do you or your family have life insurance? When you say the words life insurance, most people associate it with death. Did you know that aside from having a death benefit, certain life insurance policies are intended to be utilized while you are alive? Among the many benefits of life insurance, here are a few. You can use life insurance to create living benefits. That is right. You can access it as you plan to retire as a source of supplemental retirement income. It can be used to cover educational expenses for your children and to replace income for your dependents too. Most are aware that it can be used to pay final expenses and create an inheritance for your heirs. You can pay federal, state, and state taxes. It is a great way to create a source of saving money. You can also provide funds for charitable contributions. There are mainly two types of life insurance: permanent or term. Policies remain in effect until the insured's death, provided premium payments are paid in full. Many permanent life insurance policies allow the policy owner to allocate net premiums to accounts that have the potential to grow over time. There exist life insurance policies that cover disability, long-term care, and retirement plans. Then there are also exists term life insurance. Term life insurance policies provide coverage for a set period of time or term and do not have a cash value element. Term policies are less expensive than permanent life policies that can build cash value over time. Permanent life insurance offers protection so that when the stock market is down, you do not lose money in those moments. But when the stock market rises, you only can make up to a maximum of 15% return interest that year. This is depending on your policy. This life insurance is also an investment that grows in a protected environment. The money is safe from anyone else trying to acquire it, such as through a lawsuit, Uncle Sam, or your creditors, unless you placed it up as a guarantee for a mortgage, etc. Lastly, it has tax advantages. What a great way to invest without having to pay Uncle Sam at the end of your life. When we consider saving money, we need and want to be sure to take into consideration the effect that taxes can have on your income. We have the options of either getting taxed now at whatever the current tax bracket for taxes we have. Also, we can get taxed later. Do you know how much our tax is going to be after you retire? My best guess is that they will be higher, but if you are lucky, they can still be at the same rate. That is a choice that you have to make when deciding to invest in something like a 401k or a Roth IRA. Lastly, a life insurance policy can produce tax advantages, like those advantages applied by a Roth IRA, but also can include getting cash accumulation in an insurance policy. Now tell me, when will your 401k or Roth IRA give you an insurance policy enveloped with the money you are investing and getting the money back after the age of 59 and a half with better tax advantages? We all have financial needs. Some of us have to be able to eliminate bad debt first in order to get anywhere else. Once the bad debt has been eliminated, if you continue to invest in yourself the same amount that you were paying for your debt, you can manage expenses and earn additional income by paying yourself at least 10% of what you make. Next is creating an emergency fund for these unexpected expenses that include at least 3 to 6 months of income in case of a loss of job for anyone. I would recommend at least up to a year for an emergency fund, just in case the head of the household never makes it home one day. Fourth is protecting your money against loss of income from a sour investment. No one wants to make money and then see it all go away. Building wealth is number 5. We need to push to beat inflation and reduce taxes, usually with the help of a financial coach, just like how I assist many families on proper investment according to your financial situation. Lastly, when you have done the first 5, you need to learn how to preserve wealth and build a family legacy. Yes, this should be part of your plan. No one knows where it can lead you to, but taking unnecessary risks and investing money without proper means, is this a great way to see your portfolio advance more rapidly? Only if you join our team to learn how to invest your money in the stock market, you do have an advantage. CEO Trades _ on Instagram, YouTube CEO Trades, or at ceodaviddiaz.com. If you or someone you know is considering investing, the first thing that you need to do is to get a financial needs analysis. You can either get a financial needs analysis from one of my staff, or you can choose someone that you trust. The financial needs analysis will show us a complete picture of your net worth as well as your risk tolerance for high-risk stocks, and it will reveal how you are allocating what you make on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis. When do you believe that now is a good time to get a financial checkup? There are newer investments as well as other forms of investing. Some love to buy properties and hold on to them until they can make a profit and then sell them. This is a great investment because in the long run, you can have better control of your money than just in the stock market. Another great way is investing in a company. When you invest in a company, it is usually because you believe in the company and its mission and vision. Just remember that the best investments take time and do not happen overnight. Timing is definitely everything. Taking risks goes hand in hand. If you remember how in 1998, Yahoo refused to purchase Google for $1 million, this was when Yahoo was the powerhouse of the internet. Then 4 years later, Yahoo realizes its mistakes and tries to buy Google for $3 billion with a B dollars. We all make mistakes and try to make adjustments, hoping it is not too late. Google then turns around and says, "Give us $5 billion." And Yahoo says that they are overpriced. Yes, they had a high price, but it is because they had a mission and vision that was putting ahead as the leader in internet services. Then in 2008, Yahoo refused to be sold to Microsoft for $40 billion. Yahoo believed that it was worth so much more. Lastly, in 2016, Yahoo was sold to Verizon for $4.6 billion, almost a tenth of what they were offered 8 years earlier in 2008. We all make mistakes, and some are just too costly. We need to act on faith and jump in expecting for bigger and better things to come about. Bitcoin and Forex have come in for trading on different levels. These newer investments only benefit the first 5 to 10% of the population that jumps in one way or another. At the time of this publication, Bitcoin is worth $2,600 a coin. There are many who had huge amounts of money on Bitcoin. It is meant for those who are willing to take risks and invest without the worry of losing money. In the future, as these newer types of investments come about, I suggest that you seek a financial advisor to map out what your risk tolerance is and how much are you willing to allocate to each type of investment. Not every financial advisor can assess you in every type of investment. Why? Because most financial advisors available to assist you rely on making a return. Most will only assist you with maybe one or two types of investments. We at CEO Trades can assist you with evaluating your current situation, how to benefit from 401k, Roth IRA, life insurance, investing in Wall Street, just to name a few. Is it a crazy idea for you to visit us to get a free consultation? Check us out at ceodaviddiaz.com. Again, I believe we all need a financial needs analysis at least once every year. This can really get us to think about having our money work for us. It will show our current financial needs as well as give us a projection of our future financial needs. Some examples are whether you are married or not and whether you have dependents or not. Another benefit of a financial advisor is the benefits of reviewing the package that your employer gives you. Some of these benefits include life insurance and medical benefits, as well as the traditional 401k or some derivative of it. Wouldn't you like to be your own boss and have some true control of your destiny? We, in general, also need advice on how to build the business and how to brand ourselves in some way or form. You could also have the freedom of setting up your own working hours, training and developing leaders to oversee your business or a division of your business. I believe that the best reason to own your business is to allow you to pursue your passion, as well as creating a source of passive income helps. Now, a person licensed to invest in the market will persuade you to invest in the stock market for the bigger returns. They will convince you that the stock market is the more traditional method of investment. The number of fees found in the stock market can be numerous compared to UIL. For every 1% in fees in the stock market, one can associate to about 30% of your gains as payment. So if a company charges 2%, you are now close to 60% in losses due to fees that are too complicated to explain and differ from stock fund costs and broker costs. This is why we have a program at CEO Trades found on our website at ceodaviddiaz.com. If you are serious about investing in any way or the stock market, why not learn it for yourself and avoid the broker fees? Although there are many other types of investments, these are a few to help you decide your financial future. The earlier we start investing, the better invested and insured we can become. Not every investment broker is in the habit of providing you resources beyond their means, so they will keep you on as long as possible to those one or two that most have access. The best deal is that all these investments are viable. There are benefits from each of these investments. We should build ourselves to be able to have a return from all of these methods. The more we diversify, the better invested we become for any reason that may surprise you. Us. Rough weather is unpredictable for you and me. We must be prepared. It is not easy or cheap, but be willing to do the hard work, for you will reap what you sow. How is investing related to time management? We do not have a lot of time on this planet. We do not have a lot of time to make ends meet monetarily on this earth. The sooner we start implementing the correct vessels to invest, the better our time is managed. When we get older, this will assure that we are able to reap the benefits from what we have sown for our families and our personal gains. Chapter 8. Money Management Strategies. In order to build monetary value, we must learn the basics of money. Money is essentially meant to be a tool. Some even use it as a game or as an investment. Never forget to pay yourself first before you go out on a spending spree. If we pay ourselves first, we are saving money for future use. Future use can include emergencies, fun or pleasure, to purchase a big item, or to treat yourself or your loved ones to some nice gift. Second, We must use money for the family. Set aside an amount for family use. Remember, as the kids grow, so does their appetite for desiring bigger items. A reminder that as you have small wins or even big wins, treat yourself to some item or experience that you deserve. Third, if you budget your lives within means, you will be destined to have a better lifestyle. Make certain you do not spend more than what you currently make. When you learn how to manage what you earn now, then you will learn to manage larger amounts. Lastly, you need to seek money in order to attain your stewardship. The more we apply what we know at our work or passion, the more we can create a legacy. Invest in the right people and do not just hire your friends. Many artists and professionals have gotten into serious trouble hiring friends who were not committed to an education and let alone to managing a professional. As lastly, an important reminder that the way to get into saving money includes the envelope method. Have money envelopes for your rent, savings, credit cards, other debt, emergency cash, or whatever else you need. Creating a society of financial stability. Some of us who desire and are obsessed with attaining riches do certain things daily. Here we provide an example of the habits we practice daily. This is a simple sample of daily incantations, which some call affirmations for those who believe that wealth is coming their way. Say them daily as to achieve wealth. My income is constantly increasing. Money flows easily because of my experience. I am on the path towards my financial success. I attract money easily. Now I feel abundant with the money in my life. My actions create prosperity. I feel appreciation and gratitude for my prosperity. I am a magnet that attracts money. I am financially free. I am happy with my accomplishments. One of the major ways that I have money management strategies is reminding myself of what I desire. On a daily basis, I listen to certain reminders of my obsessions and have formed a habit out of these audios. Here I provide 3 YouTube videos that I love to listen to either in the morning or at night as I go to sleep and let them run all night. Tony Robbins' 10-minute priming routine. I am rich money affirmations. And the third, guided meditation. Large sums of money come to me easily and quickly. Another daily affirmation for riches and wealth is the following incantation, which is suggested from Tony Robbins, the life and business strategist. God's wealth is circulating in my life. His wealth flows to me in absolute abundance. All my needs, desires, and goals are met instantaneously by infinite intelligence, for I am one with God and God is everything. Did you know that money does not necessarily need to be worked in a 9-to-5 setting? It can be summoned through daily incantations or affirmations. Energy is created in these and can be acquired in due time through your work creation and investments. Energy that is created does not get destroyed. Create as much money energy as you can, and soon enough, you will attract it for your prosperity and abundance. Chapter 9. Time Management Strategies. This chapter will help us understand the importance of creating a plan to realize specific goals. Did you know that we can master a good amount of our time? But do not ever forget that our time is limited. Since our birth into this world, know that during our lifetime, we only have an average of at least 70 springs and 70 summers. And we also have about 70 falls and 70 winters. So we don't have a lot of time because By the time you are 35, you are halfway through the average life expectancy. Most of us begin to mature during the ages of 40 through 60. If this is not enough of a reason why we need to manage our time wisely and effectively, then we are just wasting time. What is time management? Time management is the ability to take a day and break it down into sections in which one intends to accomplish certain tasks within the amount of time for the purpose of increasing effectiveness, efficiency, productivity, or value of self or an entity. Time management has become a prerequisite to being a leader. It is an indispensable tool for anyone going to start out on their own opportunities to oversee what needs to get done. Is it easy? Well, the things you have to do are easy, but you have to start in order to make the process happen and feel happy about the accomplishments. How long does it take? The truth is, it is different for everyone. Some, it will take up to 3 years. For others, it will take 5 to 10 years. But no matter how long it may take, it is not better to attempt to acquire something bigger and better than just sitting around and doing what everyone else does? What is it that everyone else does to attain something bigger and better? Pretty much nothing is what the average person does. How do you think rulers manage to oversee vast populations? They have a plan. For anyone to implement a plan, we need leaders. These leaders are assigned specific tasks. These tasks are passed down to managers. Managers provide the information to the employees to carry out the task, mission, or purpose for completing them in a timely manner. Many of these employees do not have a vision nor a mission of someday doing something bigger than themselves. The goal of an employee is to complete their hours to receive a paycheck. Usually that paycheck is used to pay debts and recurring bills. Many will even use the remaining amount for their food, clothing, and entertainment. This reminds me of how I grew up. Back in my junior high school days, I got to spend some of my greatest moments with the companionship of fellow students. We played, studied, played some more, ate at the school, and had so much fun. I grew up in an abandoned Lower East Side in the New York City area back in the 70s and 80s. Buildings were either shut down due to fires and other buildings were abandoned. Drugs were everywhere. I grew up very poor. We were broke. Every dollar mattered. Neither of my parents worked. Neither gave us tools to succeed in life other than being a part of the average person in this world who was ready to work a 9-to-5 job. I felt trapped, in a manner of speaking, as a slave to the matrix. How is my life better today? I have failed many, many times. I have learned to save. I have learned to have success by treating my family to trips. Taking them to the movies or just going bowling was a sign that I was moving in the right direction. I have learned about saving money in different ways. Money should not use you like it had gotten a good chance to use me for many years. Money tends to get the best of us as we start using it. The matrix draws us into the pool of debt because it is so readily available to us. Money is a tool. It is a vital tool that we need to learn how to use for our benefit and the benefit of others. Money should be used for acquiring pleasures and contributing to those who know and also those who don't know. Money should be a required subject whether in the home or the school. Too few of us research on the best practices to use money. One of these practices involves contributing and tithing. This will be talked about in a later chapter. Before I give you the good stuff, money has had me wrapped around for a long time. I have been in debt and have not been able to get out of debt completely. But there was a point in my life when I had unmanageable debt. I was working 80 or more hours every week to get out of debt. I eventually managed to lower it down enough, and that is how I am here. How did I use money? Yes, you can use money to build wealth and to get out of debt. First, I made a visual plan. I started to research and read books. I read a few books on producing wealth. I looked up all my debts. I made a complete list, including what time of the month each debt had to be paid. I put the list in order of the highest debt first and the lowest last. Now, I started to see a better picture of my debts, and I could see how I could make a path to tackle them down. I knew that in order to get all my debts paid, I had to pay more. Then I started to get answers and created a time management plan. On this plan, I wanted to know and write down what my outcome would be first. I knew if I wrote down what I want to accomplish, the realities of what I want to acquire would become real. Then I needed to figure out the reasons for wanting this outcome. When you know your purpose, the reasons are much easier to accomplish. Remember to write your purpose down. Written declarations make a visual effect of what you are trying to accomplish. Writing is magical. I cannot explain what exactly happens, but it is purely faith-based. Make certain that your time management plan would guide you to accomplishing what you want. 20 years ago was the best time for me to start on my wealth journey. 20 years ago, if I had started contributing $300 a month, I would have had at least $100K or more properly invested, tax advantaged, and protected from loss. The use of money as a tool becomes easier when you have a plan. I formalized a plan, and I will not kid you, I had plenty of temptations where I could have just given up. However, as time progressed, I managed to use money for my benefits. Again, I want to be clear. I had no money when I started out. I had no fortune left for me to make it easier or get ahead. I was clearly overwhelmingly in debt at the age of 18. Well, since we cannot revisit the opportunities we had 20 years ago, when is the second best time to start preparing financially for our future? Now is the second best time to prepare. Now, because I cannot educate, train, and develop you through this book on best practices for investing. I suggest that you reach out to someone who can, or you can reach our team, and we will be willing to assist you. Many financial advisors out in the world are eagerly waiting to try and make a fast 1% on your money. However, our financial advisors are trained to show you all the different options for investing so that you get to choose the best benefit. Time management builds teamwork. Can you imagine if you let your emotions take over? If you relied on the energy of other people as well as the confidence of your own skills? It is a struggle between anger, frustration, and pride, which can lead to troubles and obstacles versus self-control, self-discipline, and confidence. Learn to manage time. Your team, yourself, and everything will work in a convenient way. This, in turn, will assist you so that you can make important decisions, build value, and become a leader as well as a better self-made person. Strategies of time management. When we are presented with a marvelous plan to manage our time, most of us give the stupid response such as, I have no time. What an idiotic answer. If you have no time, you would be dead or at least buried alive so that you can imagine what it feels to have no time. Another dumb answer is, I have no money. It is not about the money. It is more about the possibility of seeing beyond money and more about making something wonderful and positive. The money will come if you build the value for it. You know that if you really want something, I am certain that you can find a way to get the money to acquire it. What is your primary goal? Your primary goal should be congruent to your personal success goal. First, you should make a better person out of yourself. Stop the lying, stop the cheating, the petty stealing, and soon enough, you will see a major improvement in your life. Treat your wife, kids, family, and friends every so often to fun times. These are important because if you do not do it alone along the way, it will cost you as much or more than it has cost me. Remember that we each are given 168 hours every week. We need to figure out how we can break it down so that our lives have more meaning. We can measure our progress and be able to feel good about accomplishing certain things throughout our day-to-day environment. Selling yourself through creating a fictitious you is so great that when it eventually catches up to you, you will wind up right back where you started. You know that I have struggled with telling the truth. I know firsthand how hard it can be to tell the truth, but I know that the importance of telling the truth is to tell the truth. But I know that the importance of telling it to ourselves and within society is clear and has no excuse for doing the contrary. I remember creating a world in which only existed as a lie. I remember telling others of how great I was when I was nor had anything. Who hasn't lied? Most people lie for nonsense. We lie just to appear cool. We lie for acceptance of another person or group. We lie constantly, and unfortunately, we do it so often that we don't know if we are saying lies or are actually telling the truth. Most of us lie because we grow up. Our parents and friends tell us lies to show us how to lie. We grow up in a culture that does not necessarily see the truth as the best option. Why? Because we are poor, broke, and do not have possibilities yet. But the good news is this can all change for the better. Until that day comes, when you notice you have created a world that does not exist, I believe that the more we lie, the worse off we become into having to figure out a way to get back to reality. Lying is so easy. It is much easier than telling the truth. But we all have a system in our bodies that alerts us when we are creating fables and avoiding the truth. Usually, we avoid the truth for no real reason. Some of us have lied on applications. I can't argue with that, as I am guilty of that too. You see that we create a way of circumventing the reality we live in order for what? What is the benefit of lying? We are confusing our own inner selves every time that we do these acts of storytelling. When will we learn that above all else, the truth is supreme? Second, make the right decision, not the easy one. More than 90% of the world population is in debt. The same amount of people choose easy decisions in life. The same amount of people feel comfortable in what they are presently doing and will keep with the pain they feel at their current job because it doesn't hurt as much as trying to look for something better. Easy decisions are made every day, but those who choose to burn the boats wind up taking the island. The easy things in life will lead to a hard life, and hard things will lead to an easy life. Third, avoid distractions. Constantly, we have distractions in our lives. First, our friends who want the easy life and do not want you to succeed above them. They will tell you it cannot be done. They will tell you you are crazy. They will tell you that it is impossible. These distractions should be interpreted as your obstacles to overcome and ignore. Either you fear the distractions and accept them, or you have faith and persevere beyond to have a better life. Fourth, Set goals and do at least 3 goals every day. I have many daily goals, and I try to accomplish most. Writing this book was not easy after I started. It requires work, research, and proofreading. But I have disciplined myself to take it on no matter what happens. My purpose is to inspire people to go after bigger and better things in life. My purpose is to let you know that the matrix is all around you and you need to decide between the blue pill and the red pill. An important way to take control of time is to wake up 1 hour earlier to improve your life one day at a time. I recommend you take at least 1 hour a day, and of that 20 to 30 minutes to build value to the future, better version of yourself. Whether you read, research, watch a seminar, and/or learn a new trade, will you please learn something new regularly? Be thankful to God every day and write your goals and the reasons why you want to achieve them. Fifth, I recommend that you do exercise at least 4 to 5 times a week for at least 20 to 30 minutes. This will give you energy, get you into shape, and make you feel proud of yourself. Make a plan for your day, for your week, and your months. Visualize achieving your goals. Be grateful every day. Write your goals in a question format. If you ask, you shall receive. I recommend to visualize your goals as if you have already achieved them and are grateful for having achieved them. Why? You attract what you become. Become the future version of yourself. Now, by writing it down as if it has already happened, 10 years from now, learn from those you admire or want to be like. Ask yourself what it will cost you if you do not get what you want. Good skills require good practice. This will help if you focus on becoming a master of the basics. For me, this is something that I do according to what I learned from Benjamin Franklin's autobiography. This is one way to set goals for your week. It is much easier if you take time to plan your own use of time because now you can measure your progress. From Monday to Friday, 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Within that time, I pray, motivate, post on social media, exercise, read 10 hours per week. 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. I work on CEO trades on the stock market for at least 20 hours per week. From 12 p.m. to 6 p.m., I do meetings, calls, brand, business, marketing, 30 hours per week. From 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., I dedicate this time to my wife, to kids, to classes, therapies for Judelise and the other kids, 20 hours per week. Saturday and Sunday, I do goal setting, planning, achieve. Sometimes go to church, read the Bible, spend some time with the kids, the wife, and therapies for Judelise and friends. Another method for managing the number of hours that are available to you on a weekly basis and mapping them out so that you can control your lifestyle is by splitting up the number of hours. 168-hour weekly plan. Work wealth creation, 70 hours per week. Family time, 14 hours per week. Physical fitness, 3 hours per week. Personal development, 10 hours per week. Sleep, about 50 hours per week. Spiritual time, 2 hours per week. Me time, 2 hours per week. Networking time, 7 hours per week. Miscellaneous time, 10 hours per week. An investment in knowledge pays the best interest. A quote by Benjamin Franklin. The more we read, the more successful we become. Do you believe this? Do you believe that there is potential power in knowledge? It is not required to go and learn the success stories of talented people. Many have mastered their ways through life because they had a vision which they persistently sought to realize by doing the daily tasks that were required of them in order to achieve their purpose in this life. You see, most of us have no idea where we are going, but we can get started by doing the things that make us feel good because they create oxytocin within us. A good way to examine this is to study the patterns of those who are successful, as well as how they acquired their success. Many successful people started out where we are today. They started out with nothing to their name. They made a name for themselves because of the dreams that they were focused on creating. It does not happen overnight. We are required to make sacrifices according to our abilities. We are required to perform every day some small step that can and will assist us in acquiring the purpose in our lives. Let us look at a few successful instances. First, Abraham Lincoln was a self-made man who had many failures in life. One of his famous quotes was, "There is nothing stronger than gentleness." He did not have consistent access to schooling, so he taught himself. He was unlucky in love. He lost 3 times in trying to get elected to the U.S. Senate. He suffered from severe clinical depression, but he persevered. Abraham Lincoln was a self-sufficiency believer, as well as one who struggled and had plenty of hardships. He failed many times attempting to become bigger and better. He even contemplated suicide. Now, Abraham Lincoln never gave up on his pursuit of becoming someone important in life. He tried many times to become a public figure and failed. What he gained from his experience, he used it for reinforcement for future attempts at the office. When Abraham Lincoln was elected president, Abraham Lincoln was supported by the Union side. The Confederate side had split up from the Union because of the election of Abraham Lincoln. When Abraham Lincoln was a captain, he developed a reputation for pragmatism and integrity. One of his famous sayings of the time includes, "I do not think much of who is not wiser today than he was yesterday." The Emancipation Proclamation, which was legally based on the president's right to seize the property of those in rebellion against the state, only freed slaves in southern states where Lincoln's forces had no control. Nevertheless, it changed the tenor of the war, making it, from the northern point of view, a fight both to preserve the Union and to end slavery. Another one of Lincoln's quotes was, "The worst things you can do for those you love are the things they could and should do for themselves." In this second inauguration speech, March 4th, 1865, his one goal, he said, was lasting peace among ourselves. He called for malice towards none and charity for all. The war ended only a month later, on April 14th, 1865. While attending a play at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C., Abraham Lincoln was shot by a Confederate sympathizer, John Wilkes Booth. There have been numerous books written about Abraham Lincoln. These books will give detail to the accounts of his life. These books show how only one of his 4 children made it to adulthood alive. He had a lot to carry on his shoulders. It was not an easy task. Despite the possibilities of going haywire, he managed to keep sharp with a clear vision of what he wanted. Lincoln is a great example to follow, one who could have freed the slaves much earlier, but was taken out by those who opposed his ways. Success leaves clues that we encompass every day of our lives, but do not always see them for what they should represent. Although there are many who love to take shortcuts, it is the person with profound ideas and a disciplined approach that maintains and reaches the goals. If we dedicate in our time management 30 minutes per day to reading or audiobooks, soon enough we become people of value. That is all it takes. Just making one discipline change in your life can make an impact. Oh, just don't be too concerned if you become addicted to reading certain authors. Some works will have more of an appeal than others. The more we practice at reading, the better equipped we become with managing our own lives. We are meant to learn so that we can someday change someone's life for the better. Yes, it is a product of time. Instant results are the new normal. However, those few who know how to have patience work steadily, and never give up will have better opportunities in life. It is without a doubt that instant results will only get you so far. I have seen those with women who get liposuction. I have seen how small they put their waists in order to reach their desired outcome. In some cases, eventually, if it happens, they notice how thick their arms are compared to their waist. It seems that we are more concerned with taking it out than having a plan on how to keep it off. There is nothing wrong with liposuction or body sculpting. What is wrong is not having a solid plan to implement before and after. Instant results lead us to have this perspective on how we can take off reality and suffice for an image that does not reflect our actuality. Nonetheless, you have every right to perform whatever procedure you believe will give you your best outcome in reaching your health goals. The second person we would like to talk about is Benjamin Franklin. He was a man who wore many hats. He had his own printing press, a newspaper. He started the first post office. He started the first fire department. He learned French. He was the president of the United States. In October 1729, Franklin, along with Hugh Meredith, bought the newspaper, the Pennsylvania Gazette. He not only published the paper, but also wrote pieces for it under aliases. Join or Die, the first political cartoon in America, which was created by Ben Franklin, was published in the newspaper on May 9th, 1754. The cartoon later became a symbol of colonial unity during the American Revolution and remains popular. The Pennsylvania Gazette became one of the most prominent newspapers in U.S. and remained so till around 1800. In December 1732, Benjamin Franklin first published his famous Poor Richard's Almanac. The almanac, which was published yearly for 25 years till 1758, brought Franklin both fame and economic success. It sold as many as 10,000 copies a year. It was considered significant by Napoleon Bonaparte to translate it into Italian and was the first work of English literature to be translated into Slovene. Though it was known that Franklin was the author, he used the pseudonym Richard Saunders. Some of the phrases banked in the almanac have become common quotations in the modern world, like "a penny saved is 2 pence dear." Franklin conducted thorough investigations on electricity. His experiments enabled him to create a device that would protect buildings from the destructive force of lightning. Behold, the lightning rod, which protects structures by grounding, was invented. Benjamin Franklin invented bifocal lenses. He was part of the Committee on the Declaration of Independence in 1776. He assisted in starting the University of Pennsylvania, Penn State. Was it easy for these men? No, it was not easy. Did they experience failure? Yes. They experienced failure more than many of us ever will. Will they be remembered for years to come? You bet they will be remembered, and never will they be forgotten. Their contributions demonstrate a self-disciplined daily attempt to improve the circumstances of their lives, as well as the people of the United States, if not the world. Abraham Lincoln was of the mind that today you should be better than you were yesterday. Benjamin Franklin loved to contribute. He was well known for giving money to people and organizations that needed contributions. After all, who becomes poor from giving? What is the difference between successful people and poor people? The biggest difference is 24 hours and how it is managed. Both rich and poor have 24 hours to do what we must in order to become successful. According to statistics, the average successful chief executive officer, CEO, reads 60 books per year. How many books have you read this past year? How much are you dedicating every day to build value for yourself? We need to learn new skills, new tools, and gain influence to be able to create the necessary value needed so that we can create a better future. When you learn from your own will, something marvelous and spectacular happens. We start to shape our own destinies, and our own dreams become alive. We start to pursue the less traveled road. We engage in an internal conflict where part of your body is telling you to give up because you are useless versus the inner drive to become unstoppable. The possibility of being someone who is in control, the privilege of telling your inner voice to shut up. Why would my inner voice tell me negative thoughts? What am I to benefit from these negative thoughts? It takes time to learn and become disciplined in a positive perspective on life. We need all the help we can get. Can you imagine what would have happened if Abraham Lincoln just gave up when his children died or when he lost his spouse? Can you imagine what would have happened if he would not have continued the fight for emancipating the blacks? All of this is accomplished through timely events performed regularly, if not daily. Our inner voice needs to help us accomplish our goals and not work against us. We need to develop a habit of positive thinking. Our attitude should reflect our progress in life. Chapter 10. Challenge. When you want to take control of time in your life, there is a big obstacle that most people neglect as they start to synchronize their time. It has to do with a busy life. We all have to take into consideration that time management is directly related to life management. We all have busy lives. Many of us don't even know how to adjust our schedules to incorporate newer possibilities in our busy schedules. In this case, we need to focus on 3 aspects of our lives so that time management can work properly. First, I believe we need to organize our lives. When we start to consider organizing our lives, especially since we know that the world is changing much more rapidly than at any other time in history, change can be something scary for many people. Change can also be good, especially when you are not happy where you want to be. Change allows anyone to reach better possibilities. Organizing requires making changes and getting out of your comfort zone. Although there are many changes in this world, there is one thing that never changes. Our purpose never changes. Whatever may be happening in the world around us, our purpose continues to be the same. What can we do to organize our lives in order to realize our purpose? There are many possibilities in making a better time organization. Some of us experience either worries, anxiety, anger, stress, or depression. Which are you experiencing? Which one of these is holding you down until you can figure it out? No matter which of these it may be, we need to learn that time is about managing our lives. For instance, if we are angry with someone or are holding on to a grudge or are depressed, why are we focused on the negative view of the situation? Most times, all of these feelings, which are obstacles, can mean something else. In any of these feelings of being upset, stressed, anxious, worried, or depressed, we can experience unbelievable growth in a great way. Oh yes, while we tend to focus on the negative side of things, there is always a better and positive way to look at circumstances. It could be a lesson that we need to learn or something that needs to be fulfilled. Once you feel that you have hit the bottom of life, you can experience the most growth, especially in managing your time. Secondly, is prioritizing. Once we have figured out what has been holding us back in life and what we need to do in order to get ahead, make a list of everything that you want to accomplish. Prioritize the list by daily tasks, weekly, monthly, 90 days, yearly, and long-term tasks, or goals. The more we measure our progress, the better of a chance that we have in reaching our goals. Just think, don't major corporations love tracking? So why shouldn't we track ourselves with the purpose of reaching our goals? Once you have this list sorted out, you can alleviate some of the distractions. We tend to have distractions regularly, such as when my kids go to school and don't do their homework or got in trouble for any reason. We focus on the problem instead of focusing on resolving inner issue. I believe that our kids need attention, and if we don't give it to them, they will find alternative methods to try and receive the answers to that which they are requesting. Do you see the clearer picture of your life within society? We aim not to be better than our immediate friends. That is, until we find that we can grow as much as we make up our minds to grow. The third is setting goals. We need someone that can hold us accountable and help us to set up deadlines that we need to reach. Accountability allows us to measure our growth. It also allows us to have another person's perspective on how we can achieve our deadlines in less time and hopefully producing more money. That is, if this is the goal. Don't we need a business plan? A plan that can allow us to build our own business. The more we dedicate time to planning and setting goals, the better we can measure progress. Execute the steps to create a business. Implement a full mission to achieving the vision. Setting goals is plainly exciting and highly rewarding. The reasons we create goals is to have fun as we check them off once we accomplish them. What better way could there be if we didn't have excitement and rewards for accomplishing goals? These three aforementioned skills are essential to organize time management. The more time we dedicate to organizing our busy lives, prioritizing our tasks, limiting our distractions, and setting the goals, the easier it will be to accomplish our purpose and our desires. Here are a few things to follow every day or at least weekdays in order to get you on the right track to having a positive outlook on life. Be grateful every day. Every day should be kept in a journal in which we daily give thanks for all our blessings. If you decide to keep a journal, it becomes a treasure to those who have it, to especially your loved ones. Write down all the blessings, which include being alive, having a family and friends, blessings that include giving thanks for the air, the water, and the sun, which we have been given. Be grateful for your heart and your spirit. Be grateful for all your experiences as well as accomplishments. There is always something to learn, change, grow, and to be grateful. In my family, my wife and I had to learn through one of our toughest moments in life when our last child, Judalise, was born. Now, we see that this really horrific moment in life is a blessing in disguise. We see how much we have learned and grown. We have seen through the course of time how she has progressed into the possibilities of being close to a child who has not had these ailments. Was it easy to accept it as a blessing? Originally, we did not accept it as a blessing because we were too focused on the blame game. Accept every situation in life as a potential learning experience, if not accepted as a blessing in disguise. Each experience is a blessing in disguise, for we do not know what higher authority is involved in our destiny. Ask questions that can give you positive answers. We ask the following: why is my daughter born with cerebral palsy, and how can she or we learn from this? How can we help her improve her life so that she may walk, talk, and be free of convulsions and enjoy the process? Second, Write your goals and how you are accomplishing them every day. It is easy to remember goals, but the magic and power of writing them is inexplicable. There is potential growth in knowledge when your goals become a visual task. I really cannot tell you how it happens. I can only offer you that from reading other people's progress from their writings, amazing things happen in our lives. Once we write down our future, it becomes tangible and closer than it was before writing it down. Remember that in order to have good skills, you need to have a good daily practice. How else do sports professionals accomplish their dreams? They practice so much more than the average person. Don't we need to practice every day to attain our goals? Lastly, if we learn to associate an urgent need for acquiring our goals, it will make it more realistic. When the purpose of achieving your goal is stronger than how you are going to accomplish it, there is some miracle that happens along the way in order to realize your goals. It does take plenty of time and plenty of patience. Unrealistic goals will result in unrealistic measures. Your reasons will determine your means to your ends. Build slowly and steadily, for no one has time to build a tower in one day. It takes a whole lot of time and lots of disciplined daily steps. Associate planning with writing your goals down. Writing your plan on paper achieves the greatest results. When you can associate painful reasons to not acquiring what you want, it also makes a powerful statement of life. This stamp will help to point you in the right direction to achieve what you want. This pain can also be associated to your life. What will it cost you if you do not get what you want? What will it take to achieve your goals? What is going to make you unstoppable in achieving your goals? How can you make the process easier to achieve your goals? Who can you read about and research in order to come up with clues on getting closer to your goals? The more reasons you can come up with, both positive reasons as well as negative side to these reasons, it will pull you forward faster to where you want to be. The best part of knowledge is that knowledge that is not required is the one that builds the most value. This is the type of purple cow that succeeds the most. It is the toughest and has no guideline. There is no curriculum. All you have to do is make a list of books to read. Make certain that the books you are considering to read are important for whatever you want to accomplish. Many of us rely on schooling to get what we want. Some are already providing certificate programs for easier access to a curriculum that is based on what you need to accomplish. Then there are those few people, bold people, those who choose and make their own paths. They do not rely on schooling or certificate programs. They are often made fun of in their pursuit for higher education. The truth is that what you should matter most is the actual pursuit of knowledge. There will always be someone readily available to ridicule what you do. That is their business and should not be your business. Within the proper time, you can thank them later when you achieve your purpose without their personal negative views. Here is a poem about taking time. We need all the help we can get until we make it a habit of utilizing time for our benefit, to ourselves as well as for the benefit of others. Take time to work. It is the price of success. Take time to think. It is the source of power. Take time to play. It is the secret of perpetual youth. Take time to be friendly. It is the road to happiness. Take time to dream. It is your highway to the stars. Take time to give. It is too short a day to be selfish. Take time to laugh. It is the music of the heart. Take time to love and be loved. It is the nourishment for the soul. Author unknown. Chapter 11. Big. Do you know that you have a purple cow within you? All right. Is this for real? Believe in your abilities in order to reach and acquire bigger things, as they are based on pure perseverance and pure faith. Each of us has a purpose that is waiting for us to awaken, accept it, and start the process of resolving our future. Here, we will attempt to describe how we can make the spiritual affect our purpose in life. This is only necessary for those who are willing to align all the possibilities in their lives. This is only for those few who choose to believe and accept the existence of an invisible purple cow. The concept of a purple cow was introduced to me through the book, The Purple Cow, by Seth Godin. What constitutes the realizing of our purpose? Attitude. Attitude is a word that can define your spiritual reality or your belief. It controls how we utilize our energy. If you are a negative person, you will never achieve what you want, as negative people tend to be those who are complacent with the way things are going, even if it is not where they would like to be. If you know someone who is negative, and chances are pretty high that you do, you will notice that their ambition is to eat, drink, and sleep their dreams as if there is no greater purpose. Being comfortable is another way that resembles fear. It is in facing fear that we can either change that which we do not accept or not do anything and keep living. Just living like everyone else has been without a purpose, without energy to evolve, or without an attitude of fulfilling your dreams. Take the chance and face your fears, and only then expect to see the unexpected, that which usually leads to a faith-based change for the better. Just some time ago, I had to make a choice. I was faced with the fear that anyone confronts when it is time to make a life-changing decision. I felt fear rushing through me, and not only me to do my task. After all, why was I afraid? I didn't know what the outcome would be. I only knew the fear that I felt. It took me a few days to get over this fear. But what would have happened had I let fear talk me out of improving my possibilities? Fears can be described as either being afraid of what is unknown or negative attitudes associated with a world that has no possibilities. Why on earth would the majority of us humans resolve to accept a negative attitude? Are you a negative thinker? I know. It is so much easier to be negative than to take a risk in life and not knowing if you will succeed. Many people will know that spirituality exists, but only those who know the importance of balancing your life with spiritual proximity will acknowledge the progress. I believe that the difference between attitude and fear is that attitude represents someone who is daring to step out of their comfort zone. Fear. Yes, attitude can be positive or negative. The same energy can exist between both our attitude and our fears. We must live this life to the fullest by taking risks in order to overcome our fears so that we can grow exponentially. The habits that we develop in life are the reasons why we find ourselves confined to fear. Habits can either help us overcome fear or be so comfortable with fear that we do not want to change our reality. The only way to be spiritually connected is by attaining the following. Be true to yourself. We have been taught since birth that lying is okay. It is okay because everyone lies. It is okay because people are using it for the smallest of things. Did you know that lying has a purpose? There are good reasons to lie. When you want your child to get ahead in life, to pursue bigger and better possibilities, we tell them exactly what they need to hear in order to believe that possibilities exist. Isn't it crazy how one bad thing, a lie, can be made into a positive? Many people believe that lying is terrible. I know. But I believe that lying should not be our ultimate goal. We have been taught to lie because no one corrects us. Lying is a tool that is mostly used for not telling the truth in order to create a fictitious reality. Do you know that there exist reasons why lying is important? I know of a story where a deaf child was told a white lie by his father. This white lie consists in the following. His son could not hear. His father told his son that the reason he didn't have ears is because he is special, because he will be treated better than the others kids in his school. This white lie has led this young man to a better life because his father utilized a white lie in order to catapult his son to believe that he was special, that his son will accomplish more than others. What else can you tell your child besides that they are special and that they will grow more than the other kids in their classroom? Can you imagine the possibilities of a positive attitude? If you are a positive person, then you know what it means to have faith. You know the meaning of believing. A positive attitude is found in those that believe. The positive ability of those that never give up because it does not matter the circumstances as long as you have perseverance. Positivity is found in those who are persistent in doing the small daily things required to reach goals. Just the fact that you have an attitude of positivity reflects that you are in the right direction, that you are willing to take on the obstacles that are waiting ahead of your journey. When you develop and maintain this attitude, you are already successful. Can you imagine taking yourself from where you are today to where you really want to be? Many of us are consumed by the thoughts and suggestions of our friends and our families, some of whom are fearful of change, some who would not want anyone in their group to be more successful than them, some who will call you dumb things that amount to fear, some who have no dreams to achieve other than the dream they chose 5, 10, or even 20 years ago. Some who will discourage and try to convince you to stop thinking crazy ideas. Why would you have dreams? Why would you consider a better lifestyle than the one you and your friends are used to seeing daily? Do you know anyone that has one or more of these qualities? Attitude is about changing your thinking and pursuing what you want in life. Attitude is about getting out of the matrix and taking the steps beyond your comfort zone. It is not just about achieving the goal. It is also about saying, I did this. This is mine. I deserve a better life. Attitude is about being grateful. It is about thanking God for the blessings you receive daily. It is about having your best day from the things you do daily to get ahead. Attitude is such a powerful word. Your attitude will determine the possibilities if you are willing to resolve a better life for you and your loved ones. Tell me, what are you doing right now to improve your life? Attitude is the belief that can drive you no matter what circumstances may tell you. One day at a time, one daily task at a time. Soon enough, your life will reflect the attitude you choose. There will be people in life who will put you down. You will be ridiculed into thinking that it is not possible to achieve bigger and better outcomes in life. There will be those who will laugh in your face. Others will not pay attention to you. What are you going to do? Who are you kidding? You can't do this because you are not meant to achieve this. Wow. These are the kinds of people that I come across regularly, if not daily. These are the same kind of people who leave me waiting every day for a most needed response, which never comes my way. I have been postponed for several months on trying to serve the community. I did not give up and continue to execute my positive attitude. I even tried asking differently. I was unwilling to give up. I continued to send emails and request a date to follow up with my meetings. However, I was continually postponed by those whom I trusted to support me 100%. I spent many months after nothing. I did not see the bright side of my positive attitude. What could I possibly do to make the outcome in my favor and enjoy the process? I changed my approach. Can you believe it? All I had to do was change the way I was asking. But also, I started to ask other people as well. I continually executed my request to serve the community in different ways and areas. I was persistent, and to this day, I believe that God will grant you what you want, or God will give you something better than what you want. Why? Because God has something better planned for you and me. I believe. What are you doing right now to execute your plan, one step at a time? Jack Ma is a well-known entrepreneur in China. He invented Alipay for China to connect with the world. He was ridiculed when he tried to sell his idea. Before Alipay came into existence, he took on deep criticism. He was told that his idea was stupid and crazy, that no one would dare to use his idea. Jack Ma responded, I don't know whether it's stupid or a clever idea as long as people use it. Jack Ma is a revolutionary. He had a vision with a written down plan. Although it was ridiculed by the people he approached, it was because it was not meant for them to see his vision. Jack Ma had a creative way of communicating with the world which not everyone could see. When you believe in something so much that you are not willing to give up at the first, second, or third attempts of introducing it into the market, for as long as it takes, we must continue to execute. Every day I try to influence people, the idea that they have opportunities waiting for them to get up on their feet and start doing something to realize them. Every day we are faced with questions that challenge our faith. We are faced with questions of our faith in ourselves, our faith in others, and our faith in society. What are we going to do? What do we believe? I believe that you are a perfect human being, capable of doing unbelievable things. A human being who is in need of guidance in order to live the best version that exists within you. A gift to share with others and to make a profit for yourself and for the benefit of those who are in need of receiving. Don't get me wrong, we all deserve to receive what we need. However, those who find it easier to receive do not get too far in life. We need to give in order to align our spiritual side with everything that we want to accomplish. We are here in this world to work together. Not everyone will notice this, but you are special. You are the reason why we are communicating. To get to better heights, you must first find your purpose spiritually. How do we find the reasons why we need to see a better image within ourselves? We need to have a vision of where do we want to go? What do we want to see and what do we want to be? I cannot say this enough until you can see how big this is. We need to have it written down. It does not need to be perfect, but it needs to be a vision of a projection of the things that we want to accomplish in this world. Achieving our vision will mean that we have to face people who will either believe what we are seeking as well as those who will ridicule our ideas in every way, trying to get us to stop what we are in the process of finding. Spiritual progress comes from our inner selves. We need to connect with our inner selves in order to align our purpose with the universe and align it with God. You see, when Jack Ma set out to do amazing things, he was in alignment spiritually. He walked the path of faith. He was willing not to take no for an answer on his project. What a purple cow Jack Ma turned out to be. It is not what we are told that will make us great. It is what we tell and do for ourselves that will make us great. Spiritually speaking, society will try to bring us down. We are told the worst things so as not to pursue and reinvent who we are, why we are here, and where do we want to go. Why settle for anything less than trying to realize your potential in any shape or form? Why listen to those who fear change? Why bother to do what very few choose to do? Because the right attitude will give you the right outcome with maximum returns. Don't you want to try and succeed? Chapter 12. Baggage. Will the truth set us free? Wouldn't it be wonderful if we only had innocent thoughts and in the process make our world a better place? When we engage in empathizing with others and in accordance with the circumstances that we confront or are exposed to can reveal part of our sincerity, but not who we are. Did you know that everything is permitted to be done on this earth, but not everything benefits me? This is part of the reason why thinking just about ourselves is good, but when you consider the possibilities of helping others to grow, this is grand. Can you imagine if you started to assist others with their lives, what the outcome would be with your life? A few years after college, I wound up working as a transportation manager for many venues throughout New York City. Then there came a point that I was tired of working as a driver, and all I wanted was to manage and start a new business. I was starting to feel a change of heart and an awakening. I started to pick up a desire for reading. I wanted to learn. I wanted to get out of my world and into a better world. How could I do this? First, I came to realize that my way of thinking and acting was wrong. It was not easy to change. As a matter of fact, it was easier to do nothing. It took me many months to change. It was very hard to accept the fact that I was not being honest and sincere for me and others. It was costing me my business as well as my income. I was complacent with more than a third of my life until I started reading books that are meaningful. I began reading The Four Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. What a great book. It helped me to shape part of my life and the beliefs that I was living under. I made some changes and started to become more at peace with myself than the impatient person I had been. I started realizing certain small things that needed correction in my life. Then I came across The Secret by Rhonda Burns. The Secret is a best-selling 2006 self-help book written by Rhonda Burns. It gave me an easier way to achieve a visual perspective on goals. We need to spiritually grab hold of what we want. I thought this was sufficient to get me going to where I want to be going. It was so sufficient, I put it to the test. I told myself that I wanted to double my income. I kept repeating this to myself. I visually could see the money coming in to me. I was focused on achieving my objective. I thought about my monetary goal daily. Did the law of attraction work for me? Oh, yes, it did. I was so focused on acquiring it that I managed to attain it by the end of the year. I was shocked on one end, but I was determined on another. I then applied the same rule to landing a bigger apartment. I was expecting to get into a specific building on a specific street and a specific floor facing the front of the building. I was so focused that I would pass by the front of the building quite regularly. I thought about this night and day. I did not imagine it any other way. Even when I had doubts, I managed not to let my fears take over. For a second time, my family and I received the benefits of the law of attraction. Thank God we got it. A bigger place on the upper floor of the front of a specific building. But things didn't end there. I did not have a written down plan for any of the things I wanted to accomplish. So yes, I did experience the law of attraction, but I found out that there are ways to make it more meaningful. I found out the possibilities became bigger once my visuals were written down. A visual can allow you to acquire things that are bigger and better. A written down plan can allow you to not only visualize your needs and wants, but also assist into creating a better picture and a map to follow. It does not have to be a perfect map, because when I started writing things down, I had an actual account of what I wanted and when I wanted it. However, I was going to go about in acquiring it, and the biggest and most important reason is why I wanted to acquire it. Most of us will not take the time when we want something to provide a strategy on how we are going to get it. We have no plan as to what is our budget. If it has to do with money, many of us just want something just because we want it. How can we acquire what we want without a plan? I believe it is possible to receive what you want. I believe that we are capable of attracting what we want, or even receiving something better than what we want. Now, if you can answer why do you deserve or want it with all sincerity and honesty, you can create a message to infinite intelligence, and something will be created that at the proper moment in time, it shall be given to you in some way, shape, or form. What activity are you involved in currently that will allow you to build bigger and better things in your life? Every day that passes by, what have you accomplished for yourself? People will go around in life not focusing on the activity that they are involved and its correlation to the bigger picture of what we want. Instant gratification is what most people seek. Instant gratification is said by many experts to is not conceivable, especially when you want $1 million or more and you want it by tomorrow. How are you taking the time to request this from life? How are you going to show why you deserve this money? Whatever you ask of life, life will give it to you, but only for a price that you must prove in good faith that you deserve it. I bargained with life for a penny, and life would pay me no more. However, I begged that evening when I counted my scanty store. For life is a just employer. It gives you what you want and ask. But once you have set the wages, why, you must bear the task. I worked for a menial's hire, only to learn, dismayed, that any wage I had asked of life, life would have willingly paid. A poem by Jesse B. Rittenhouse. Bigger and better things are out there. They are within us, waiting. Our spirit knows the feelings, but we are free to choose whatever activity we want to be a part of in this world, today or any day of our lives. 8 activities that can change your life. Why do we complain so much? When will we start appreciating? Whenever we want something in life, it has to come down to activities such as whining or complaining for most people that determines their outcome. Can you imagine what would happen if we started appreciating whatever moment we were experiencing? Although we do not understand everything, what if we appreciated even the toughest moments? Could you imagine the sense of being relentless for the pursuit of appreciation? When will we embrace loneliness? When will we reinvent ourselves? We need each other to share, grow, learn, and to point out the wrongs within us. We also need to find ourselves, to find the purpose of our existence. Are you an inventor or are you a builder? We need to take time to meditate and find out why we are alive and what are we supposed to do while we are here on this earth. The more you focus on yourself, the better of a salesperson you shall become. We are all natural salespersons. We just need the inner guidance to find our true purpose. Sometimes it takes transforming into a completely different person in order for us to find who we truly are and who we are meant to become. I know because I had to stop what I was doing in order to fulfill my purpose. It was not easy being wrong, but I accepted that I was wrong, and I accepted a bigger challenge in finding myself through all that I learn and all that I do on a daily basis. When are you going to get rid of people who don't add value? Did you know that you are a reflection of your 5 closest and most immediate friends? How many of those 5 close friends are rich? Which one is a doctor, a lawyer, or an accountant? The reason that we are broke is because we are surrounded by the wrong people, the wrong group of friends that we have chosen. Who has more impact in your friends upon society? Usually the person that reads a book like this and puts it into daily practice has more possibilities if they are willing to come out and take a risk on a new endeavor. Evolve into what you believe is true to your reality. When will you turn off the television and social media? Social media is an important tool that can be monetized. Have you found out how to create possibilities from social media? Life is not a remote control, and so you will have to get up and change it yourself. If our focus is social media, what benefits are you looking to receive in return? What are you planning to give? The activity that you undertake will determine your success in life. When was the last time that you asked yourself, how can we produce more money? How can we serve others to help them grow? Make more money in less time? I am asked this all the time because many people out there do not want to do something different than the reality that they see every day. Why would anyone want to change if they are so comfortable being broke, in debt, unhappy at work, and almost losing their relationship? We need to focus in on these possibilities of making things work properly in our lives so that we can change bigger and better things arise from our choices. When is now a good time to start focusing on money, making activities? Many of us need to just pick a skill that we want to cultivate and put all our effort into developing whatever we want. We have grown confused and have a hard time choosing, but we also have an even harder time sticking to our choices until they have evolved. Develop whatever you decide to work for as a means to produce money. We are here not so much that someone else can provide for us, but we are here so that we can give back to society more than it has given us. When will you make a full commitment to the goals you set for yourself? Your family is dependent upon you, but more than that, you are dependent upon you. When will you decide to make the necessary changes in your life so as to allow you more time to create the possibilities of growing? We all start out working for someone else. At least this is usually the case. But some of us will eventually figure out that we need to make the sacrifices that will lead us to create a better world. It could just be an improvement to a product, or it could be a brand new creation. Whatever it is we are deciding to do, we need to just make up our minds and become so focused and disciplined that our dreams will wake us up daily to work on realizing them. Who takes the time to sweat every day in order to boost their mood? Oh, yes. As we think about this activity, exercise is highly important, but not just any exercise. Those exercises that make us sweat allow us to have a better day. Who doesn't want to have a more productive day filled with energy and enthusiasm? What is your plan to make time daily available for getting your work out in place? Everyone can think of an excuse not to do something, but very few people will jump to the occasion and say yes. Only within those who accept the activity will you know whether it is worth it or not. But I can tell you this, that those who try it will be hard to take off of the activity if they do it properly, as well as hydrating themselves. When will you find a lesson in every mistake you make? We are constantly blaming circumstances, the rain, the wind, blaming our family, blaming the marketplace, blaming whatever we decide to blame. We all want to change, but who is actually willing to work for this change? Who is willing to stop blaming and start searching for better answers? The only way that your life can change is when you change. So stop blaming all the things that you can think about. Start accepting where you are, and that is not where you want to be. Do something daily to merit the possibilities of change. The only things that needs to be changed, the only thing that needs to be changed is you. When will your life change? The day that you become aware that you need to find a lesson in every mistake you make is the day that you will grow exponentially. We all know the things that we are doing and whether they are making us happy or not. We all know that they do not satisfy what we would like to have. When will you believe in changing? Everyone knows, but very few people believe in a different story. Which one are you, the lesson learner or the complainer? Chapter 13. How can I help you? Learn to live with emotions. We are not going to be happy every single moment of every single day. We need to prepare for some of these days in advance. You might ask, how can we prepare if those days have not arrived? Many more people are becoming depressed, and they need your help in creating a better perspective in life. These people will sooner or later come knocking at your door. They will feel in some cases destroyed, and what are you prepared to do about it? How can you soften their pain? When someone says that they are destroyed, is that truly what they are experiencing? Of course not. But that is where they choose to put the major part of their focus. As you read earlier, I experienced this in my younger years. I didn't know how to handle my emotions. I was completely lost and chose to hide from those who cared about me. I had no idea on how to live with my emotions. So the best way to learn and prepare is by attempting to help others get out of their understanding of these negative emotions. We need to take the time to learn from all experiences. Everyone who goes through a bad moment in their lives has something to learn. We all can learn something even from the worst of moments. We devour the horrible experiences and put so much emphasis on how terrible they are. Why would we do this to ourselves? What are you going to gain from putting so much negative focus into a negative impact? You see that when two people love each other, it is amazing. But when one decides to leave the other becomes completely beyond themselves, focusing on the worst. We tend to do this to ourselves way too often. Believe me, I know because I have been down this path. Whether the other person cheated or not is something that we cannot change. There definitely are better ways to connect what happened. How about, did they do us a favor? Did this person bring us closer to realizing that were wrong? Did this person leave us because we were not good enough for them? Did you know you will be better for someone else? Did this person show us that we are capable of acquiring a more meaningful relationship? What are your intentions? Is it that you deserve better, or are you going to fight to be with this person? Who does not want you? There are no perfect answers to relationships. In general, it is best to leave each other because there is always a better opportunity waiting somewhere else. There is always a better understanding of what is actually going on at the moment. Most people find out about what actually happened in their relationships because of time. Time resolves every situation. Within time, we find out whether we deserved certain situations or whether we should have fought to make something better out of what we had. Show compassion towards those who feel they have been hurt. Sometimes we just need to show our love as a friend or family member who is concerned that the other person grows. Being compassionate requires us to leave ourselves in order to dedicate time to helping others. Service such as this is powerful. This type of sincere service to assisting others in growing can change their lives, and not to mention your life too. I remember a few years ago when I had my first suicidal client. She was 16 and did not know who to turn to and acquire information. She then reached out to me, and I felt her sorrow and her pain. She wanted to commit suicide for one of the craziest reasons that anyone can think of, because she had a need and that need was not being met. She had a need of feeling loved. She had just gotten married 3 months earlier, but she was not happy. She and her man were constantly fighting. Unfortunately, at that age, who is ready for marriage? She felt totally out of place because the boy's family didn't really approve of her. She was at a loss because no one supported her within that household. She wanted to commit suicide because she was an embarrassment to her family. She wanted to leave the relationship, but did not know where to go. She was ashamed of her errors. This young woman was unwilling to go back to where she grew up with her parents. As I asked her several questions, I created a powerful vision for her. I told her how important she is to everyone. She then opened up to me and said, "What would my parents say? They will ridicule me. They will send me to the streets. What can I do?" I told this young woman the following: "Do you feel like no one loves you? Yes. Do you feel like you have no place to go? Yes. Well, congratulations. Once you hit rock bottom and feel that everything is at a loss, there is only one way to go when you hit that floor. Which way is it? Turn around and look up. The sky is the limit for you. Your parents are waiting for you to return. Never be embarrassed of making such a mistake. Be embarrassed of leaving your family because they truly love you to this very day. You will make them very proud when you return. And sure enough, this is how the story remains to this day. She started to ask, "Do you really think this is true?" I said, "What other possibility could there be? Your family is where love starts. Isn't that where you need to be right now, where you can find love?" She was thrilled and happy again, noticing that there is true love to be refound in family. She was just concentrating on the lack of love with her boyfriend. Why do we cause so much pain to our spirit getting into relationships that we don't want to be, as well as being in a place where no one accepts us? This is something that happens all the time. This is a result of knowing that you want something, but not knowing how you're going to get there. Do you have a plan? Do you have a coach or a mentor? Do you have a visual map of possibilities? Most people will not have a plan, a coach, or a visual map. What else can they do? There is one obvious thing that they can do, and according to scripture, here it is. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened. Ask, and you shall receive. If you are not doing any of these, how are you expecting to get ahead spiritually, physically, or mentally? The reasons that we all stay ahead are stated plain and simple in that phrase. Most people will not search for answers. Many of these same people will not go around knocking on someone's door so that they can have an opportunity to get some advice. Lastly is to ask. Why don't we ask others for assistance and guidance? All that we will have to gain is enlightenment on whatever matter we need clarity. Don't we all have strength? Don't we all have weaknesses? But when we come together, don't we all accumulate potential power? You cannot see what is on the other side because you have not used the methods to access information in regards to getting ahead. Make a list, get out there and find what you need. Who can you ask? What do you need? How can we serve you to get there in less time and possibly produce more money? The answers to many of our problems are not far from the other side of feeling depressed, anxious, worried, or upset. What are you willing to do to find those answers? How soon are you willing to act in order to get you closer to the better version of yourself? Many fear rejection. Rejection is just a way of saying you have to try another way. People will tell you no because it is easier than the ability to say yes. They will be afraid to make a move. You will learn that most are afraid. Always maintain a positive attitude in your activities when facing adversity. We will have many rejections before we can make it anywhere. If you learn to master your emotions, it will make it easier to understand the denials and naysayers. If you let the emotions of your customers and recruits drive you positively, this will be more than sufficient to allow you to pursue bigger and better opportunities. Life will shrink or expand in proportion to one's courage. Never compare what is courage to you versus what is courage to someone else. We all are different, and in that difference, we make up the world as human beings. We need each other to be different and to serve, because if no one knows how to cook, who would prepare the meal? Not everyone will view this the same way. In order to find the strategies to accomplishing bigger and better things, you will need to learn one basic rule. Learn to love, because when you love, you will find it in every place and on the other side of any obstacle. The most important rule to your advantage. is to learn to love the word no. If successful people hear the word no or are rejected on major negotiations, why shouldn't you get used to hearing the word no and utilizing it to your favor? Chapter 14. Why build value? What would you do if you knew you were going to die? If you had no money or property to leave to your family, and all you could leave to them were a set of principles, what could some of these principles be? We have been brought to this world to think. We are natural thinkers. Unfortunately, the world has become a place that most people just do what they need to do to get by the day. In general, most of us do not have a concrete plan on how to get from where we are to where we want to be. The general population is told what needs to be done and how to get it done. There is one important value missing within our tasks. Why? Why are we doing what we are doing? Why are we starting a task, and what is the purpose of this task? How will it bring me any closer to my goals? When I was a part-time driver, my goal was to make $400 a week. Since I was teaching at a school, I didn't think that driving would allow me to make lots of money. Within 3 months, I made more than the average teacher makes in a full year. Was this a coincidence? I did not plan for it adequately. I was producing more money than the average person. Once I started to see all this money, I decided to quit teaching. When I did quit, I told myself that someday I would return to teaching because I love to educate, train, and prepare those who are willing to learn. Soon enough, within a few months of driving, I started to receive bigger responsibilities. I was a transportation coordinator and talent manager. I loved to drive, and the responsibility of being in charge of other drivers was natural since I knew what I wanted from every driver. I had expectations for each one. We had meetings prior to events in order to have some visual map of what was needed and how each one would facilitate the process. I was really good at it, and to this date have only had one flaw. It was not that I didn't send the driver to a celebrity, but the driver whom I had sent was working very hard all night and forgot to wake up to pick up the celebrity. Of course, the driver does not get the blame. I received all the blame, and from that point onward, my reputation decreased for a while. Why would I get this blame? Someone needed to be the scapegoat. It just happens that when anyone is in charge of running, supervising, or overseeing any part of an event, that blame gets put on that person that's in charge. It happened to be me at that time. What did I learn? That communication needs to be a constant part of all that we do. Communication will determine whether things get accomplished and whether people are where they're supposed to be. I had this down. I knew what needed to be done. However, the day of the Whitney Houston funeral, I completely forgot about one driver. Why would I choose to blame myself? Yes, I am to blame. It is hard for me to keep blaming myself for this mistake. I did blame myself for several days. But I knew that the importance of providing quality transportation to any celebrity could mean the difference between gaining a client or a bad rapport. However, what else could this mean? What good or funny thing could I learn from this experience? Instead, I have chosen to learn from it. I knew that I had heavy responsibilities. I knew that I was not supposed to let anyone go without communication. I had failed. I did not do what I was meant to do, to deliver. Although my superior was not terribly upset with me because this team was so well connected that each person has a backup plan to be implemented at any point during the whole production process. This is where I learned many of these skills. I was not just a driver when I was part of these venues. I was expected to manage whatever needed to be resolved during the process. I was grateful for learning from my failure of not providing a celebrity with transportation because it showed me that I need to be more on top of the smaller things so that as time goes on, I can take better control of the bigger things. Money. Now, during the whole process and throughout the years, how did I create a better version of myself? How did I get anything out of being a transportation coordinator as well as a driver? I learned several things. First, I learned the importance of communication. I learned that when it comes to managing people, it takes more than just one person to be certain that things are handled properly. Until that day, I lacked the ability to hire someone else in order to pass on responsibilities to someone else so that they may assist me in achieving goals. I did not get it right from the beginning, but for those of us who want more from life, we have to be able to hire others to help us get to our goals faster. I also didn't have a visual map. I didn't know exactly what I wanted from these responsibilities. My only goal was to make 6 figures of income. I didn't have any idea why or what I was going to do with it. The best thing that happened to me is that I got to meet many successful people. People who wanted nothing other than to be chauffeured by senior drivers. Drivers who have been in the industry by more than 10 years and who were familiar with other responsibilities that were not just solely involving the road. You see, in order to be paid the better rates in the industry, it was only given to you by association and experience. Not all could qualify for this type of relationship. For sure, the responsibility was gained through years of dedication as well as trial and error. I came into this world of providing transportation to a lot of the elite producers and chief financial officers through recommendations. I knew how to sell myself in a way that benefits the client. Most drivers cannot hold a conversation and therefore do not know what to ask clients. It was something that I had determined to do. I wanted to learn how to ask people about their lives and how I could bring some light into their world. I was not successful from the beginning. However, I learned. Through the errors in asking the wrong things of people, I learned to ask the right questions. I simply had no idea how could I know what to expect from life if I never learned the lessons. When I was in school, I was told I could be anything that I wanted to be. But what does this mean? How was I supposed to know if I had no one that I admired, wanted to follow, or inspired me in life, or a way to figure out what I wanted from life? I had no one to help me research. I had no clue of what to do in order to figure it out on my own. At that point, I still didn't have a plan, nor did I know that a plan needed to be done to acquire greater things in life. Because of the birth and brain injury of my daughter Judalise, I did the research. I started to read health books. I found the solutions for obesity, cancer, diabetes, eczema, psoriasis, melanomas, lupus, ADD, ADHD, cerebral palsy, seizures, constipation, asthma, arthritis, convulsions, and close to 100 ailments in all. When I came across all the possibilities, I started to think to myself, who can I try and assist with some of these solutions to show others that they work? Well, obviously, I was the first to try them out on me. I had been overweight for over a decade and had other health concerns, including high blood pressure, high cholesterol, varicose veins, big stomach, lack of libido, tired all the time, constipated, just to name a few. What a way to go. Within 45 days, I lost over 30 pounds. At first, I thought, yes, this must be it, but I didn't believe it could be done so quickly. I started to notice how I was losing the weight quite rapidly, but not only that, I was losing the weight naturally. My body was getting rid of it without any problems. Most of us get stuck during the process of healing because we choose to accept the diagnosis for what it is and not accepting it for what it could be. We know that we have something. Then again, we choose not to do anything about it, thinking that there is no solution and only a pill or an operation can resolve it. Really? A pill or an operation are your only alternatives? I beg to differ. I tell you that there are ways to heal that are much easier, much better, and do not involve any type of procedure as the first choice. Well, if you need a procedure, you should do it. Go ahead and get the operation. If you feel it will make you better, then you should do it. A quick fix is better than no fix. Now, what if you are interested in building a better version of yourself? Wouldn't the doctors tell you? Wouldn't you want to know how would this happen? Well, there is a catch to building a better version of yourself. The reality is that if it doesn't sell or can be patented, then it is not worth of being produced by the pharmaceutical companies. Oh yes, most products that are worthwhile for the healing process are not sold because pharmaceuticals cannot make money off of them. Just take, for example, honey. Honey is an unbelievable product. Now, I didn't know that those who are vegan cannot have honey. I consider myself 80-20 vegan, 80% regular food, 20% vegan, meaning that most of the time I eat raw, 80% raw and 20% not raw. And the remaining 20% of the time, I will eat some of these nutritional items that vegans do not eat. So as I was saying, honey is a natural cure for many things. Here are two of those: allergies and chest congestion. When honey is produced locally in a certain area, the pollen from that area within the honey can be used to alleviate allergies. And on the same perspective, for chest congestion, when honey is combined with chopped up 1 or 2 inch onions, 1-inch radishes, 1-inch watercress, and some aloe, then you let it sit in the refrigerator. The very next morning, you take a spoon or two and then another one in late afternoon, maybe 5 p.m. Within 3 days, your symptoms will start to alleviate. You will start to throw out phlegm and sneeze it too. Does it sound horrible? It is really good for the body. I am aware that there are those who do not like natural remedies. There are those, if they do not get a pill, they will not take it. There are those who like liquid solutions for their ailments. What are we supposed to do if we cannot have the honey? Do whatever makes you feel in charge of your health. But if you want to have better access to natural healing methods that can provide you with several more years of life, contact one of my associates to find the solution that works. Why would customers come to you for a product? You cannot build it overnight. It takes time and energy, and most of all, it probably takes lots and lots of sacrifices. But in order to make things work for the customers, you need to have a story that they believe. The internet makes it quite easy to duplicate your story. Most people in today's market are able to copy and paste whatever the vision or mission statement is and adapt it to their brand and magic. Magic happens. Well, you still need to find the right marketing tools. Most people that need a product or are potential clients come to know of a place if someone recommends it. How can you recommend a place without knowing it? You, the owner, the salesperson, has to get exposure in order for others to see what you sell and so believe in what you do. What makes you relevant? differentiated and credible compared to others who sell similar products? Again, in order to get on the map, you need to get exposure. You need to create a brand. You need to meet people who believe in you and your story. How can this happen if you are not meeting people? Then you would need a sales force to create this for you. If you have funds to create a sales team, then it makes it easier for you to get out there and be known to the rest of the world. How can you build credibility? The only way to build rapport is to create videos and pictures of things that you are doing that could relate to others whom you would like to attract as a potential customer. I recommend finding 2 to 3 things that you like, for example, traveling or sports or reading. Build these into your business and then make it work so that you can create a visual for others to know who you are. These are basic answers to the more complicated process, but they can nonetheless point you in the right direction. Another way is to create ClickFunnels. I am no expert on the subject, but if you search this book I read, .com Secrets by Russell Brunson, I am certain that this can help you. .com Secrets by Russell Brunson. Who is the audience and who are you serving? These are 2 questions that are super similar. The audience that you are trying to reach matters because if you want to build value for kids, they will find more attention to specific types of advertising than an adult would find. If you are providing a service, the important thing about the service is the educational factor. We all need to learn something. It is worth my time. Is it worth my money? Will I produce more money in less time? I have a performance enriching business that assists people in producing more money in less time. But not only that, we work together as a mastermind group so that we bring in mental support to each other every time we meet. It is highly important that you consider this type of service from someone or from us. That is only if you would like to be surrounded by like-minded people looking for solutions to provide a service that is needed. Most of us forget to have a way of measuring our progress through checks and balances. Do you have an accountability partner? An accountability partner allows you to communicate with someone who helps you to meet certain goals in life. This person is usually someone who has experience in realizing a better version of yourself. We provide accountability partners all the time. The best thing about an authentic accountability partner is that they change you to grow so that you can produce more in less time. We need accountability partners. Where are accountability partners found? If you need one, we have plenty all over the world. Just remember, as you build value, do not be afraid to talk to the competition. You should be free to compare and contrast. You should find out what are their strengths and what are their weaknesses. If you hire people to work with you, take the time to hire talented people, those who are easily motivated and inspired to do more than the average person. Those who you hire that have to deal with customers will be in the first factor where you can measure either profit or loss. The more qualitative person that you hire, the more the sale can be duplicated. Building value takes time and definitely lots of money, lots of work. It is not accomplished overnight. However, every day you can measure your value through the rituals that you have in place on a daily basis. Creating a team to get out there and sell your visions about your business or services starts with the plan and then goes into believing that others can help you achieve your goals. Let's build to value as if it is very important to achieve our purpose and help others be able to fulfill their purpose someday. Chapter 15. What do you believe? The world is constantly changing for newer ways of progress. In this chapter, I would like to look at some of those changes and how they have affected us in our lives. Society has thrown our way many new advancements in technologies that are supposed to make it easier for us to go on about our lives. Here, we will take a brief look at these because I believe that there is always room for improvement, especially for those who are inventors or just want to know how things compare to what they used to be. Do you believe that society has provided us with a water-powered car? For 15 years, Stanley Myers, an inventor who lived in the state of Ohio in the United States, he applied for many patents to get his water-powered car legally on the roads. His life was constantly in danger from those who wanted to get rid of him because it would mean the end of the gasoline and oil industry. According to Stanley, you cannot run a car on water. However, you can break down water using electricity, which will separate the hydrogen from the oxygen. The hydrogen, in turn, is what fuels a car. You do not need huge amounts of hydrogen to run a car. You do not need a patent to be able to make it legal pretty much anywhere around the world. This invention was made when cars were running on carburetors. Carburetors were a much more easier method of running and maintaining a car than any that exists today. Stanley Myers was killed before he could actually get his invention to be a success. What do you believe? Dr. Max Gerson was a doctor from the early 1900s. He was a pioneer in the cures and therapies for cancer, diabetes, eczema, psoriasis, constipation, lupus, and close to 60 other illnesses. Dr. Max Gerson took his Gerson therapy to the United States Congress. In July 1st through 3rd of 1946, Dr. Max Gerson gave testimony under the Pepper versus Neely hearings in which he was shut down by a very close vote. Dr. Gerson is someone who I admire for his contribution to society. This contribution is not accepted by society because it would place a serious threat to modern medicine. Dr. Gerson was killed because he could actually get his therapies to be used in hospitals. Things would have been completely different. Now, the Gerson Institute exists to this date in Southern California. They have a medical center located in Tijuana, Mexico. It is illegal to practice the Gerson therapy within the United States, but I am certain that people do it every day. Most people today would not believe in modifying their diets as society is accustomed to eating fast foods and sugary drinks. What do you believe? The cellular phones that are being made in the present do not compare to some of the earlier models, like the Galaxy S3. I know that the camera was not too great. We all should know that the camera is the main thing that is being advanced in cell phones, along with storage capacity. But the S3 was one of those cell phones that you were able to reprogram and make it operate the way that you wanted. With today's phone, the quality has gone down. Do you remember the hype of the moment with Gorilla Glass and other bulletproof glass? Well, what happened to all of that? You see, if there is too much quality put into the cell phones, who would want to get an updated model fairly quickly? The same quality factor goes for the Gillette Fusion razor blade. It was probably one of the best blades ever invented. I managed to purchase some blades even when I thought that they were expensive. These blades were magical on a shave. Not only that, some of the blades have lasted me close to a year before having to replace them. Well, guess what? These blades are not being produced anymore at that same quality level. I managed to keep a few because I bought extras. Now, I know the value of getting a really good product and storing it for years to come. The current Gillette Fusion product does not compare to what it was originally meant to be. Of course, now there are other companies that exist that can probably provide a better blade for facial hair and shaving in general at a more modest cost. Great alternatives exist. Harry's razor blades and Caliber razor blades are two options that are really worth trying. I use them both, and Caliber is by far the closest to what Fusion used to do at a far lower cost. What happened to the electric car that was leased in California? Why did they disappear from the streets? We may never know the truth, but we can guess that they were taken off because the quality of the electric car when it was first introduced was not meant for mass production. Its engine and electric operation were made to last, and therefore, if something lasts too long, then it will in the long run not provide a profit for its investors. Corn is a product that is highly utilized. It is not only used for eating, but as a fuel for cars producing ethanol. Corn is a genetically modified product. It is quite difficult to get corn on a non-genetically modified level. I know because I have had chickens in my backyard. I know that chickens that have grown eating corn eventually get some sickness and could die. Not to mention that chickens are supposed to live on corn. Why does this happen to chickens when they're supposed to live off of corn? Corn was modified supposedly in a way so that an insect could be killed off or bacteria that existed, which was not allowing the corn to grow. The modification attacked the intestines of the insect or bacteria, and it would eventually die. Well, some of my chickens have died in groups because of the same bacteria. Now, can you imagine if we ate so much corn that what could happen to our intestines? Vegetables are being mass-produced with genetically modified products. The soil is being treated with chemicals. These chemicals are sold by companies such as Monsanto. Monsanto has a great investment in these pesticides, which you are free to research. These pesticides are what cause us to get ill at a faster rate than we would if we ate non-genetically modified products. But did you know, and also as a reminder, that if the soil was treated with the remains of burning charcoal or burning the leftover branches and woods, it would create the minerals needed for the soil without need for harsh chemicals? Believe it or not, as destructive as fire may be on a forest, it can signify the ending of one life and the beginning of a newer life. The minerals that are produced from these ashes by sprinkling them on soil so that the soil gets nourished are needed by our bodies. This adds up to the reasons why many of us develop asthma, constipation, dementia, and other ailments because of a lack of nutrients and minerals. Make sure to take your daily dose of minerals or check out our website at ceodaviddiaz.com. We have become a people who are exposed to illnesses daily. For one, rice in large consumptions and from mass-produced sources is slowly killing us. We who love rice cannot get enough of the substance. In order to balance our rice intake, we need to drink plenty of water. I don't mean 1 glass, but for starters, how about 8 glasses of water per day? A glass is equivalent to 8 ounces of water. Diabetes is not only on the rise, but it is a worldwide epidemic. Many people that we all come across on a daily basis have some form of diabetes. They have been told that there is no cure. Can you imagine being told that you have no choice but to live with diabetes for the rest of your life? Just remember, the next time you talk to someone with diabetes and ask them, when do they plan to recover from diabetes? Not only that, most diabetics hate water. Just plainly do not like water. I believe that we are capable of healing and getting rid of some of these major illnesses. It is really sad, but when you ask a nurse at a school setting why kids do not drink water, they tell you that the kids do not like water, but kids do love sugary drinks. The diabetes and asthma rates will rise immensely over time if nothing is done to correct this. What do you believe? Have you ever gone to the doctor and have been told that you have low calcium? For many years, I was told that I had a calcium deficiency. I was told it was due to the lack of sun exposure. I remember having a client of mine from Denmark, one of the more advanced countries in the world, telling me the same thing: lack of sun. I refused to accept this, and I started my own research. Sure enough, I found that we are low in calcium because we eat way too much protein. I know, because I used to love meat. I couldn't get enough meat, milk, or cheese. These are some of the main products that cause a deficiency in calcium. Just know that the more protein you eat, the better chances you will have to get rid of the calcium in your body. Can you imagine creating kidney stones? For many people, these are super painful. For me, I've released over 20 kidney stones, and only the first 3 were super painful. Socks, which were primarily cotton, are starting to be switched to a polyester blend. I really do not like the blended polyester socks. You should buy polyester socks if you like to feel sweat constantly from your feet. Sneakers and shoes are being produced with less quality. I just purchased a pair of Timberlands. Now I can compare the last 3 to 4 years of Timberland boots. The quality that was available 4 or more years ago is superior to what is currently available. But the more current boots have even less soles for you to feel comfortable on any terrain, as well as the durability of the boot is not what it used to be. Facebook, Messenger, Instagram, and WhatsApp, just to name a few, have decided to watch and track everything that we type. What? Oh, yes. I mentioned in a previous chapter that corporations track us, and through tracking, they make major investment decisions. I talked to someone on Messenger about a meeting, and a calendar pops up for tomorrow at 2 p.m., even if I haven't accessed the calendar. Cars were originally built to last. The first cars were designed to be able to run in any terrain. Once they noticed that this was not a good option, the inventors were forced to modify cars so that there would be a repeated purchaser every few years. Not only that, the cars were strictly made of mostly steel from the 80s and back. The materials were too costly, and the sentiment was to produce a car that was more economical but for the same price. I remember how vehicles were meant to last when I started purchasing back in the late 90s. I started with a Honda Civic from 1986, a car that had an engine built to last. Today, engines are made with plastic parts that if you do not change the oil frequently, the cars will not last the way that cars were meant to a few years ago. Not only that, cars eventually will all be driverless due to the increase in the number of accidents because of distracted driving that occurs throughout the world. Distracted driving is obviously due to cell phones. What do you believe? We all believe in something. Some of us just need a little change to make things work better for us. Did you know that whether it is our business or relationships, there is always someone who is willing to help you grow? Someone who can guide you to build value in your life, relationships, and your business? We often feel that we are without guidance. I believe that we are meant to serve each other. There are many factors to be considered for your personal advancement, education, and strategies. If we take the time to make a clear plan of what we want, soon enough it will turn into reality. What you believe will only become as powerful as we put it down on paper. This takes work. This requires planning, patience, and persistency. Believe in you, and once you have a plan, miracles will certainly happen. The following is an excerpt from Leaders Eat Last by Simon Sinek, Chapter 12, The Boomer Years. The 1980s were now upon us, and we were no longer a country trying to figure out how to rally a population and win a war. We were now trying to figure out how to capitalize on the amazing boom years in which we were living the Roaring '80s. During this period, new economic theories were being proposed to protect the wealth the boomers were accumulating, a classic symptom of excess. Where the radio, automobile, and electric refrigerator were the must-have items of the 1920s, another new technology became the rage in the 80s. The IBM PC, MS-DOS, Apple's Macintosh, and Microsoft Windows all contributed to the rise and spread of the personal computer. A PC on every desk, as Bill Gates, the young founder of Microsoft, envisioned. We no longer need to go to work to have power. We could have power alone at home too. The individual could compete against the corporation. Even the new technologies of the day supported the desire for individualism. We were also becoming more and more comfortable with products having shorter lifespans. Other inventions of the 1980s included the disposable camera and disposable contact lenses. Disposability, another symptom of our excess, was now an industry to be pioneered. We were actually looking for more things we could throw out, and there was one other thing we started to view as disposable: people. What you believe is not necessarily what everyone else believes. This chapter was specifically geared to giving examples of things that over time have either lost quality or have been produced due to a probability of a loss of commerce and investment returns, especially for the wealthy who feel that they still do not have enough money to make ends meet for them. I do not mean to put the wealthy down. On the contrary, the wealthy are entitled to be as lucrative as they want to be. As a matter of fact, I am wealthy and do not want to put myself down. What you may believe could be different than my perspective. That choice is yours alone and will depend on what you choose to believe. Just be aware that the longer an item lasts, the less of a chance there is to make more money off of it. And many more people will potentially lose their jobs eventually if there is no turnaround on repurchasing of items. Chapter 16. What's not required? Listen, in order to set the proper connections in your life and for those around you, we need to be aware of what our goals are in order to accomplish them. There are way too many people who lack the knowledge of the value secrets. It is not just because society does not share it with us. It is because there is so much competition into making more money and only having it managed by a select few around the world. It may seem harsh, but the story goes that most of us do not know how to manage money, and therefore we do not know how to manage our lives. I believe that we are perfectly made to find the best within us and around us by using the three basic principles of asking, seeking, and knocking. These three key words can be made into daily rituals that can save lives. I know because I practice them daily. I ask God, how can I serve 1 million people and enjoy the process? Is it that simple? To get started, is it that simple? Now, every day you have to take at least one step up the stairs to reach your goal or goals. Did you think that all you had to do was ask? Most of the time that we will spend trying to acquire success is in the seeking and the knocking part. We are meant to read the books needed to understand what's not required. How many books have you read in the past 6 months? What books are you planning to read in the next 6 months? What is one daily task that you are consistently doing in order to get you closer to your goals? I believe that we have everything we need in order to be successful. I believe that most people walk around trying to get their lives together and forget the fact that there are billions of people on this earth. Didn't you know that this is the case? Didn't you know that we are here to guide, serve, and communicate with each other? What are you waiting for to take action? In order for your goals to be met, you have to usually do one of two things. Either provide a service for others to grow or provide a product for others to grow. The common term is getting people to grow so that they feel that they have accomplished something. I believe that we are here to serve each other. Some will choose to sell products that are better than most products out there that serve the general public. I would say either do your research or ask someone who knows. Experience can assist you in making the proper decisions. We lack the focus of pursuing one of these two every day. Serve others or help them to get closer to their goals. Why is this that we lack the focus of pursuit? We have become distracted because of our cell phones and smartwatches. We have become demanding in getting instant results. We impatiently wait for the results to everything. Some have even committed suicide or killed others because what they want cannot be provided instantly. Is this happening? Oh, yes, it is on a regular basis. But on the other hand, most people have become complacent. Most have not tried to improve their circumstances. Why? People believe that life will never be better than what they are currently experiencing. Many have thought that if they are in debt, that there is no possible solution to getting out of debt. Many others have thought that if they work a 9-to-5 job, it beats working at a fast food place or something similar. Does this sound like anyone you know? Does this resemble people that you meet working in these types of conditions? Why do we settle for having instant results? Can you imagine what it would feel like to practice and master patience? It is really important for us to see the opposite of what we really want. Instant results are the opposite of patience. Patience allows us to make better decisions. Just the other night, I was presented with a serious problem. I was ready to make an instant decision that very night. But what did I tell myself? Let's wait until tomorrow to be certain that this is what I want to do. Instant results are easily and readily available, but when it comes to making long-term decisions, a bit of thinking, meditating, and analyzing is required. We need to have the right type of attitude to be able to help ourselves. What would happen if we just made decisions without questioning the possibilities that exist on other choices? We tend to regret our choices for lack of proper planning and proper counseling. This is why we need to offer ourselves the following to succeed on a daily basis. Understand and recognize our feelings. When we take the time to indicate why we are angry, upset, or depressed, to name a few, we need to take time to find a better way of seeing the circumstance. Many of us have become a part of culture of wanting to find solutions to problems now. When is the best time to solve a problem? Most would say now, but sometimes it will depend on the circumstances you are facing. If you are in an utter emergency, then your inner feelings will kick in and assist you in resolving whatever danger or problem is present. However, if it can wait, if you are able to listen, think, and plan, those problems or conflicts can take a better path to being resolved. We sometimes forget to understand our feelings, especially when we are angry and sad. We have become so focused on the problem that we lack the ability or the attitude required to see beyond this giant wall. If you listen to your inner self, you can find the answer. Thinking or meditating allows you to consider other possibilities that usually take more than a moment to ponder. Planning out the attack is also important, especially for those decisions that can wait a while. We must also earn respect from others. We tend to look out for ourselves. When are we going to start listening to mentors or coaches so that we can earn their respect and achieve in less time our goals? Impatience leads to unnecessary decision making. Impatience does not allow us to reason with ourselves and much less others. If we concentrated on other people's needs, then our needs will be resolved accordingly. If you assist someone else acquire their goals, then your goals get much easier to achieve. Just take as an example the parent-teen conflicts. Many parents will have to resolve conflicts with their teenagers. I am one of those who know firsthand what it is to have a conflict with their teens. Many will have an argument or two about the questionable choices that we know teenagers tend to make. Well, we were teenagers at some point and know that there are many temptations waiting for us to say yes. We have some experience, but as a parent, we choose not to give the teenager an opportunity to figure it out for themselves. What we mean by this is offering them solutions that are triggered in a way that makes it seem as if teenagers are making the choices. One example of this is when people confront their teens on why they are not respecting adults. Why is it that there are some teenagers who just do not respect adults? It is a serious concern that needs to be addressed with teenagers. Well, when we have to deal with this, the first step is communicating with the teachers or adults that they are showing disrespect. Identify the reasons that lead to being disrespectful. For these reasons, usually there is a group of teens who hate to be singled out in front of the classroom. There is yet another group of teens who have grown up without proper boundaries. There is another set of teenagers who choose to do what they want, when they want, or how they want to do it. In each of these cases, teens have a right to choose which way they are going to communicate. Teens need to be taught the proper methods of communicating in whatever style it may be. One way to address their behavior is by asking teens why did they react the way they did. Do they think it was appropriate? Do they know that they showed disrespect? What do you think can be done to show respect to this teacher or adult? Practice the art of interviewing so that the teenager is able to resolve his problems with the assistance of proper questioning. Also, a teenager must be reassured that they are loved by their parents and at the same time being told whether their actions toward the adult were appropriate or not without the blame. What will be your course of respect toward the teenage teacher in the future so that you may enjoy the process? Teenagers are exemplifying what we grew up with, but on their own terms. We need to teach our teens to earn respect from others. In this instance, they need to show respect to adults in general, whether the teenager is correct or not. The majority of times there is a confrontation, a teenager needs to show a sign of respect. I believe that we just need to keep asking our teenagers questions that will empower them to resolve and earn respect from others. Next, we should learn to create win-win situations. Our teenagers win when they feel that they have a right in whatever decisions are made. However, the other party has a right, and they need to win so that they feel that an agreement has been made in order to win. I remember going to see a teacher or two at school to resolve such attitudes that were presented in school towards my teenager. I am not looking to put a blame on anyone. However, I am of the mindset that there has to be a way that both parties can show respect to each other. When I meet with the teacher, I tell her I know how she feels because it is terrible to be told off in front of a class. I felt the same way when I was a student. I found out that most teenagers do not like to be confronted in front of a class and prefer more of a private setting. Why? because teenagers do not want to be the reason everyone in the classroom is laughing. They do not want to be the reason to be talked about after class. Did you know this exists within our teenagers? Teachers, what can we do so that my teenager does not disrespect you and at the same time does not feel like they are the target? All problems have answers. Whether it is the best answer or not, why don't we concentrate on searching for at least two options in order to make better choices? Why are we constantly stuck on seeing things one way? It is because we have chosen to stay the easiest course that is available to anyone. It is the reason that we have not progressed from our circumstances. When you have more than one way to look at a situation, then you have choices that can help you to make decisions, that to get you out of the conditions that you feel upset, angry, doubt, worry, etc. Take time to improve our decision-making skills. We have come to think that we can solve everything on our own. Did you know that corporations would not exist today if they took this type of thinking all the way to the top of their officers? When teams come together, more progress is made. Just look at the opposite situation to understand why it is necessary to improve our decision-making skills. There are companies out there who only care about revenue, net income, and expenses. Here is an example from Simon Sinek's book, Leaders Eat Last. At Citibank, Stewart says the feeling was, I don't want anybody to know as much as I do because then I am expendable. This is a behavior designed for self-preservation. It is a classic symptom of a cortisol-rich, unsafe culture where valuable information is hidden to advance or protect an individual or a small group of individuals, even though sharing would benefit the others in the group and the organization as a whole. Everybody feared being one-upped by a colleague. Stewart recalls, nobody felt safe, and not because the company needed to make cutbacks. It was simply the culture. In order to master the skills needed to make the right decisions, you must first find out where you currently are in regards to your abilities. Are you happy where you currently work? Are your superiors willing to work with you? Are they showing you ways to improve your work? Do you have the option of being creative? Are you able to rely on team cooperation, or does everyone keep themselves to themselves? When you come across questions such as the aforementioned, what is your attitude towards the workforce? If it is one of which does not support your possibility for advancement or growth, what are you prepared to do about the situation? Those who cannot answer these questions with enthusiasm need to figure out their lives. What are they going to gain from their current situation? Is there room for improvement? Is there a way to apply to another company that treats their employees better? Are there other alternatives to what I currently do elsewhere? What else could it mean if I am not happy where I currently work? How can I find employment where it is a team effort and enjoy the process? If your attitude is discontent in knowing that you are in a place that is not healthy for you, what are you prepared to do about it? Once you know how you feel, then what are you willing to do in order to make it work in your favor? Many of us get stuck in making decisions because we face some kind of money troubles. We tend to ignore that there are money problems because we have a job in which we can work to either improve our current economic situation or accept that it is not going to get better than the current situation allows. Every day we have a choice to make, a choice to be content with our status in life or to do something to change it, a choice to build something new or just keep dreaming about it, a choice to create plans for achieving bigger and better things, or accepting our current unstable environment. Which choice will you make? How will this benefit you? How will it benefit your family? Do you feel that you or your family are not worth working making decisions to improve your current situation? You see, no matter where you are in life, you need to keep working to build something bigger and better. You need to realize that this will take time and a lot of work. It is work that does not have to be completed in one day. It is productive work that can be fulfilled according to your schedule. Building something that is your own requires a daily discipline to be implemented so as to grow your own business, or whatever you like to call as your income source. In order to do what others refuse to do, you have to believe in yourself. When will you start believing that you have what it takes to build a business? Remember that a person of the same opinion every day will have the same mind to resolve their task, but only those who are willing to build, create, learn, serve, and teach will have the opportunity to build a better future for them and their families. Where are you currently in regards to building your own business? People will always have the best attitude when they are surrounded by the best people. Your attitude can be of self-preservation or one in which trust and cooperation rule. Self-preservation is what the majority of people are practicing this day and age. Keeping to yourself, talking to no one about improving your life, sharing only the fictitious world that we create, as opposed to building relationships of trust and cooperation where we can define the possibilities of working with others to build on what we already build, cooperating and collaborating on projects, making sure that whatever is happening, it is for the benefit of the team. On the same token, people do their best work when they work together. If you need to be serious, always remember that you can also be silly. Be fun, be different, be crazy, but above anything else, be you. Because life is too short to be anything but happy. Acknowledgements. I am deeply in debt to those who have guided me on this path in completing our first book and now our third book. First, I would like to thank my wife, Judy. Second, and most important, is my daughter, Judalise. Judalise is the main reason for the inspiration to help people change their lives now just as much as she is the reason I have put my life into perspective. To my kids, Arlene, David Jr., Dionys, Isaac, and Andy, for putting up with me every day. I am grateful to have you in my life. Without you, I could not share with others the importance of taking time out for family, friends, and the people and things that matter most in our lives. Thank you to Chris Holder for being my friend, brother, mentor, and coach. I want to give thanks to Martin Scholler, who has been a friend and a client of mine for many years. Martin is a successful international photographer, but more than that, he cares about people. He is my family for life. A special thanks to Johannes Leonardo, especially to Johannes Jacobs and Leonardo Primutico, who focus on consumer engagement and how they have brought me in to oversee part of their team. Thank you to Henry Lutweiler, Ruba Abunima, Damian Mardell, Francois Dischinger, Beth Fazio, Sabella Court, Konstantin Poulos, Christine Rudolph Hansen, Dieter Hendrickson, Isiger, Ben Fink, Chris Fanning, Dawn Silverstein, Jeff Kavanaugh, Heinz Klutmeyer, Jim Franco, Marco Grab, Peter Reed Miller, Bill Diodato, Judy Miller, Skip Kaplan, Steve Randazzo. Thank you for caring and all that you have done to make our relationship what it has been for many years. You are all always in my thoughts and prayers. I would like to thank some celebrities such as Jeffrey Tambor, Jennifer Tilly, Megan Ellison, Sonia Manzano, Maria Nojosa, Diane Guerrero, Lala Anthony, Lenny Kravitz and crew, DJ Spooky, Jeffrey Lichtman at Troman, Glazer and Lichtman, Connie Wine at APB Speakers, Josh Taylor at VP Artist Management, Michael Ahern, rest in peace, of Michael Ahern Production Services, and the team, Jared Abrams, Jennifer Hellman, Scott Campbell, Mark Sileg, and Sharon Jones, rest in peace. They have inspired me through being themselves, as well as having the opportunity of being in close proximity to people who have had some success in their lives. They have made me think of better and bigger ways to improve myself. Thank you for putting your trust in our services and the cooperation you provided me during our times together. To my nonprofit team, Pedro, Chris, Ruben, Gilbert, Nye, Pablo, on making philanthropy a possibility through our nonprofit. Check us out under ceodaviddiaz.com. I would like to thank my financial team, especially Miguel Bernard, Danny Bernard, and Jason Bambi, because we work together to assist families in getting either out of debt, saving money, investing, building a legacy, and or helping people to build their self-net worth at ceodaviddiaz.com. Thank you to Charlotte Gerson and Tony Robbins, two of the most influential people that I admire and believe in dearly. Charlotte Gerson, rest in peace. Those who make up my extended family are also those who I am grateful for having their support regularly. Ignacio, Nancy, Lucy, Marisol, Tanya, Angel, Armando, Jerry, Elvis, Andy, Sergia, Luz, Maria, Javier, Vanessa, Denise, Gumercindo, Nacho, rest in peace, and my mother, Maria. I would like to thank my publisher, Kendra Jones, who has been there as a powerful voice and service to make this dream a vision, transcribed on paper and being transformed into the world. The group that makes up the most important part of this community are all the people who believe that there is something worthwhile picking up and reading, just as this book has been to you. You make the most important piece in completing this book. Without you, we are nothing. Without each other, how would we ever learn, prepare, change, and resolve? Thank you for your time, something that we can never repay you. Thank you, and we are truly grateful to each and every one of you. If you feel that you want to be a part of our extended community, feel free to recommend or gift this book to others. Please join our websites, YouTube channel, Instagram, and Facebook. The best way to grow is to help others. Let's change the world one person at a time so that one person's world will change for the better. If you only give once a month, will you think of us the next time? Check us out at ceodaviddiaz.com, improving the quality of life for the elderly and for underserved children. The end. Thank you. Thank you for listening to Mindset: Secrets to Success. Author, CEO David Diaz.